Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Hello. Oh,
I just went live. So I'm like, well, maybe she's not ready. Maybe she'll just come in when she's ready. And then I went live and boop, you came in.
I came in and I was like, test, 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 doing the whole.
Right? Woohoo! Do you hear the music or is it too loud?
Nope, I hear it. It's perfect. Am I too loud or too soft?
Let's just test this because I don't know how good my internet's going to do because I'm on my laptop.
I gotcha.
But I wanted to kind of like, if somebody gets a certain card, I want to be able to show different pictures.
I want to see these. I'm excited to see these. Oh my god.
So, I wasn't going to show the cards, but I'll show you the cards.
Okay.
And I'd have to show everybody the cards. But after this, I think after the show, I'll show you.
Okay.
Or actually, once I get off of this thing here and I get back on my phone, I can show you all the cards.
Cool.
But I'm on my computer, and I'm going to show like different slides of pictures that I found of each either mythical creature or cryptid. And yeah, after we're done though, I'll show you these cards though. It's a tiny deck. It's so cute.
I'm excited. I want to see what kind of energy I feel off of them.
I'm wondering if I should turn this kind of down so we're not nervous. You tell me how.
What are you talking about? I'm always nervous.
But, I think we have 2 people here.
Hey.
Let's see. I might be able to. Let's see. What did I do with my. Oh, Missy, I'm just not ready. I thought I was ready.
I'm sorry. You see how I am? Let's go live. I'm bored.
No, it's not. I just have to remember where all my stuff is written down because I have it on the computer, but I also have it on my phone.
Gotcha.
For these readings. So I could probably just go onto my computer. That might be easier. So I'm going to pull one for you.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to pull
I always like that.
Let me go to my comments. There we go. Hi, guys. Carol, let us know if you want to come up. Hi, Carol. Hi, Erica. Hi, Wally. We're going to be, I have my cryptid deck. I don't know if Missy might want to read too, because she has decks too.
We'll see. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to be kind of reading some of these cryptid cards, and then Missy can tell me like, that doesn't sound right. Because I tried to do my best on these, because they don't really come with a book. So I tried to go and get some little bit of information, and then do my own little card, my own little reading, I mean. So, all right. So I'm going to grab.
What channel are we on?
What? We are on Forensic Mystics. Missy can't find us. Missy can't find us. Okay, Carol, let me send you an invite. Hi, Bigfoot Lake. That's a great channel right there, Bigfoot Lake. And we got to make sure we put Missy's. We have to make sure we put Missy's channel in the things too, Missy. Make sure we have your channel in there too. So everybody can views of their own, because she goes deep into the rabbit hole. Cryptids, everything.
Sorry if there's an echo. I'm trying to get them.
Oh,
really?
It could be me.
Okay. What happened?
Just let me know, because I can always step out and come back.
No, it's me. I'm trying to get to pull up the YouTube chat. So I'm going live or going to your channel.
Oh.
Why am I not subscribed? I subscribed to you the other day. Well, not the other day.
That's weird. It does that.
God, I hate that. There we go. You got a new subscriber.
Yay! This is so awesome.
All right.
It does that, though, often. It takes us away.
I hate that so much.
Carol.
Okay.
All right, Carol. And then, like I said, if this doesn't work, I'll just come in on my phone and just show the cards.
Okay.
No biggie. Okay, I'm back.
Hi, Carol. Hi, Wally. Hi, Bigfoot Lake. Who else is in here? Did I miss? Hi, Erica.
I'm at 420. Okay, so Missy is going to be the very first person to get a reading from these new I can't say it, Missy. How do you say this? ADORABYSSAL. How do you say that?
I'd have to see it. I have no clue.
Adarabasal deck. What it says.
Spell it again.
ADORABYSSAL.
Adarabasal.
Oh, hi, Jim. Adarabasal.
I don't know. I'm waiting.
I feel better now because I didn't know either. So you got the WOLPERTINGR. Is it wool?
Wow, I'm really gonna have to see these cards.
Carol, I know it. I'm telling you, I did do my homework on it. I did. I do have it written down in my notes. Hi, Carol.
Hello.
Hey, Carol.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh my gosh, been so long.
I know. Don't mind the attire. It's laundry day. I have the house to myself. That's why I messaged Cassie. I said, "Are you going live?" Because I'm bored as hell. I have to work.
No,
myself. The kids went on a romantic vacation, and baby's gone. So I was like, I need something to do, and I don't feel like going live.
My dog got muddy. I had to give him a bath. I had to take a shower after that because, so I'm like in jammies and my hair's still a little wet. So,
hey, that's the way to be, though.
My hair's in a bun. I haven't washed my hair today. That's why I told Missy after we're done, I will get off of here and get onto my phone and show her the deck. I look horrible, but I don't care.
Listen. From having well, they're not teenage anymore, but especially Libby is all about the hair. And they say not to shampoo your hair every day.
Yeah.
I don't wash my hair every day.
Some women at boutiques, they've gone they go a week without doing their hair, like shampooing it. Yep. They'll take showers. I'm like, how do you guys do that?
I never use blue shampoo.
Never use blue shampoo?
Like
blue?
The only one I can think of that's blue is the dandruff one.
Okay.
Blue.
I can't think of the name of it.
Oh,
but that's what...
Head and shoulders.
Head, shoulders, knees. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been singing that a lot lately.
I was singing that to the grandbaby today.
See, I do the same thing, and then she looks at me like, "Grandma, you're stupid."
Right. You've lost it. I'm eating cookies. Is that all good? Is that allowed?
No. It's fine.
I can eat cookies? All right.
You know what my dinner consists of? Because I'm all alone and nobody's here to cook, and I'm not cooking a big meal? Popcorn and Reese's Pieces.
Oh my goodness. Ooh. That is so good. That is so good.
All right, here's my notes.
Okay, what was that one word again?
Okay, so you got the Whopper. This is how they say to pronounce it. Whopperdinger.
Whopperdinger.
Whopperdinger. This is how they said to pronounce it on Google Translate. It is spelled WOLPERTINGER.
Oh, it looks like what's it called? Jackalope.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Missy got. Similar to the American jackalope, the German Whopperdinger. I don't like saying that word. It seems like it should be Whoppertinger, but whatever. Whopperdinger. From folklore is a diverse creature with a composite body. It is claimed to inhabit the alpine forest of Bavaria. Depictions vary, but it is commonly has the body of a squirrel, the wings of a pheasant, and the antlers of a deer. The Walperdinger certainly meets the criteria for animals that could cause nightmares. While the bizarre creature comes in many different forms, legend says its appearance stems from the mating of a hare and a deer. Walperdingers are typically classified as small mammals with the body of a hare, the antlers of a deer, and the wings, feet, or beak of a bird. So that's what I got. The Walperdinger.
Walperdinger.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to show the picture. Hold on a second. I can't forget my pictures. Duh. Hold on a second.
I was going to ask you if you could show that.
So the reason I kind of came up on my computer, because I wanted to show the little slides that I did, which, let me see, let me get to it. I'm going to leave it backstage until I get to the right one, because I want to surprise you guys each. Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah. Look at that thing.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, guys, hi, Chatty. Hi, Chatty. I love you. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Amber.
And make sure you guys check out Bigfoot Lake. You guys are going to love he sits here and tells Bigfoot stories. Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
I love that
Definitely.
channel. But yeah, this is the Walperdinger. If you guys would like a reading in chat from my new cryptid deck, just let me know. And Missy, I'm not done. I'm not done with you.
Oh,
I'm going to give you the
scary.
reading. I'm going to give you the reading now. Diversity. Be sensitive to the diversity of others. Believe in yourself. Stop taking advice from people. Keep your mind in the present. Don't tell anyone your next step or steps. And surround yourself with inspiring people. That's your reading.
That's awesome. I love it. And it's so weird that you just posted that or said that, because I just posted today's basically energies and I needed to hear it.
Yes.
Okay, no, I didn't post them apparently. I looked at it. But it was basically like the same thing. It was like the only way you can go, you self-sabotage, which I've always self-sabotage.
Yes.
And the only way that you can stop doing that is not going back in the past. You're worried to go like to the future and have things happen again that you don't want to happen.
Yes.
And I constantly do. That's one of my money blocks, because I'm like, well, I know how to survive. I know how to survive if I become homeless. I know how to survive and get by. And I'm scared to have money and forget that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that definitely, that's awesome. Thank you.
I guess they only give you the word. They only give you diversity. But I just kind of looked around on different little things and kind of made it up like Carol does. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make something up. So that's why I did this.
That's what you need to do.
I've never done that before. It's my first time.
But if you let that happen and you just let your brain, so you got that one word, you got that one picture or whatever, and you let your brain just take in what it's feeding you. You know what I mean?
Carol and I have been trying to get her to do this for years.
This is my first time in 5 years of reading. This is the first time because usually I have to have, the book. I have to usually have the book. And this doesn't really come with a book. So I had to go and do the research and take that one word I do have on the card, which is diversity, and do the reading. So guys, I kind of did it.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
That's why it took me so damn long. But
Man, I have so much energy. I feel like I'm on crack. Sorry for my presence.
Make sure you guys grab up Carol and Missy from Shadows of the Moon too. Guys, make sure we get you guys in the chat too. But hello, Brad. So I am going to give a card now to Carol. Now it's Carol's turn. And then in the chat, guys, if you would like a reading from this cryptid deck, just put a one in chat. And if you'd like a reading from the ladies, if they want to give them, it's up to you guys. You guys want to just relax and chill? Just to relax and chill. Because I have plenty of decks here. So,
I know them. The cryptids and everything.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Carol got Cerberus? Cerberus.
Oh, yeah. I know that one.
Two-headed?
Three-headed.
Three-headed dog.
That was like in Harry Potter.
Yes, exactly.
Now I'm going to go find your picture and then I'll do your reading. I know it takes a little bit of time, but I think this is kind of neat. Okay, Bigfoot Lake, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much. And I'll be looking for your next lives.
I got your channel.
Same.
Okay, right here. Here we go. Here we go. This is Carol's. Cerberus. Oh, how badass. Look how badass. That's all I could find on the internet, guys, so that's what I used.
Cerberus. Yes.
Let me find that.
So Lupus Day. Lupus Day. You guys know what Lupus Day means?
No.
Holy Reed's crystals.
So.
Hound or wolf of God.
Very cool.
And
I like that.
I've always related to that. Like, has anybody ever watched Penny Dreadful, the series? It was on Netflix.
Yes, but not like all of it for some reason.
Oh my god, I've watched every single episode 50 times probably. Like, so anyway, the one of the characters there, he turns into a wolf, and so the wolf of God, that it plays into it, and I'm like, anyway, sorry, Cassie, I go on. I haven't had adult conversation today, so.
Cerberus was right. He went right. Cerberus was also the dog that Hercules fought.
Oh,
Cerberus. See, I love it that Missy's bringing in her knowledge. This is why I'm like, yes, Missy can bring in her knowledge too. I love that because I am just now learning about, cryptids and mythological creatures and all that. I'm just now learning.
I learned that from Encanto.
And what?
Encanto, the movie Encanto.
Oh!
I'm joking.
But you see these things on movies too, though. You're like, whoa, right? Right? That's awesome. Do I hear Shadows of the Moon, Freaky Geek? Yes, you do. You hear Shadows of the Moon, Missy?
Hello.
I'm sorry. Are you done?
I was like, no, I'm not done, but go ahead.
No. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
He's not done with you yet.
You can talk. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say on Pinterest. Was it on Pinterest? I saw a list, like a picture, and it has all the lists and the picture of the cryptid, but they are Native American Native, not necessarily American, probably from all the way. But anyway, they're cryptids. So the natives, cryptids, and there's some spooky stuff. I gotta find that and send it to you. I thought about sending it to you, but there's several women, ish kind of cryptids. And they are badass.
Awesome.
Oh, definitely.
Oh my goodness. Ladies, we should do more of this cryptid stuff. It's so fun.
I learned a lot more living up in Alaska and the natives up there. They're like, truly, like I said before, they truly still believe in that. It's a whole different world up there, but they truly still believe in it.
I love that.
Most definitely.
I love that.
We're very in touch with their spirits.
Definitely. Very, like I have a friend who would come to me and she'd be like, I see this and I see that. And then, so I'd look it up because I'm not used to their lore, you know what I mean? So I'd look it up and I'd be like, oh, it's this. It sounds like this. And she's like, oh my God, my mom used to tell me about that with the red eyes. And, see? There's the other person you should have up here talking about cryptids. Cryptids and Ryan.
Sure, Ryan, we're doing Cryptid Night. Cryptid Night and Mythological Creatures Night. Oh, want to come up? Come up. But look, guys, look at that picture. Look how good I did.
That's awesome.
I love that.
Those are so cool.
Cerberus, right? Am I saying that right?
Mm-hmm.
Cerberus.
In Greek mythology, the monstrous watchdog of the underworld, He was usually said to have 3 heads, though the poet Hesiod, whatever, said that he had 50. Heads of snakes grew from his back, and he had a serpent's tail. He devoured anyone who tried to escape the kingdom of Hades, the lord of the underworld, and he refused entrance to living humans. Though the mythic hero Orpheus gained passage by charming him with music, one of the labors of the warrior Hercules was to bring Cerberus to the land of the living. After succeeding, he returned the creature to Hades. So, does that make sense at all?
Yes. and as I'm thinking about it, it kind of, I think probably Harry Potter kind of took that information and went with, because the music, like, you know, when you, I think you said it tried to appease it with music. Didn't you say that? Something like that?
Yeah.
That goes to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
okay.
kind of like in Harry Potter. So yeah, that's
Right.
cool. But
Neat.
I have this thing with, of course, dogs, but wolves, right? And the canine side. So that I have, yeah. So this is really cool. I like that. So if I was a cryptid, I'd be that.
I love it. And like I said, if you know anything, Missy, feel free to add it. And if you hear something, whatever, you like, oh, no, I don't know about that. I mean, just let me know.
I can honestly say that I can see that in Carol, like being the watchdog, being the, you know, because she's a wonderful person. And just like I can see if like somebody went after you, Cassie, or whatnot, or one of her friends or family,
Right.
I can see her being the watchdog, like just standing back like the bouncer type, you know?
I did have this conversation before, I don't know with who, but it's like, you can do whatever you want to me, right? Attack me, but if it goes to like family or close friends or the underdog or something, I just lose my, you know,
right.
Yeah, which I'm not saying is a good thing. I mean, it's good to stick up for somebody, but sometimes I take it a little too far.
But that's,
yeah,
I can see that with Cerberus. I can see that.
Totally. Hi, Anna. Hi, Wally. Hi, Anna. I think Ryan's going to come up too. But
awesome.
Here is your reading. You got duty. Maintain order and discipline. Be honest and forthright. Get your head in the game. Challenge yourself. Eat healthier. Grind hard for what you want. Get yourself a good accountability partner, someone who pushes you. T stands for team. Get one. Feel free to channel your inner vanity and use that as motivation. Set goals. Make deadlines. Have dreams. Make a journal or a board of goals. Make a journal or a board of goals. Learn to congratulate yourself. That was your reading.
I like that. Sounds
awesome.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, I missed you. So good to see Missy again. Oh, I missed you.
Telling you.
Cool.
I'm telling you. Missed you too. Miss all you guys.
I missed you more, Kat. I really miss you more. So, haha. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I am. You guys doing
Ryan's my go-to guy for cryptids. See?
Oh,
Nice.
flattery will get you everywhere, Missy.
I'm
So
crazy. I might have
Cerberus,
to put on my phone. Sorry.
I always thought the Cerberus would be really indecisive. I always pictured him like, somebody asked him a question. He's like, yes, no, maybe. Since he has 3 heads.
Right?
Nipping back like in Harry Potter where they nip back and forth at each other like it's mine.
Yeah. Yep.
That is like all my personalities.
See?
That's mine too. I argue with myself all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Cassie got
So,
these
how's
cards,
everybody
and I
doing?
can't wait to see them because I'm so excited. I want to see their what are they? Cryptids and mythical creatures.
Hmm.
Cassie,
Does she freeze?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Cass Bros. I know it's cold outside, but it's not that cold outside.
Well, she used to have a problem with her phone would get too hot
Oh.
and then start doing some,
Oh, she's not on a computer?
I don't know. No, she's not. See, she's got a problem with her, like where she is, getting good internet.
Oh,
So
yeah. A lot of people have that.
I think she does have to be on her phone. I don't know. I just know that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, Shadows, you're going to take the show.
Why the hell am I going to take the show?
Because now you're in her spot. You're like moved over. She'll be back.
Listen, I asked her to go live. There she is.
Sorry about that.
Oh, she's back.
So, I had to come in on my phone, so I'll just show you guys the actual card. And what were you guys saying?
About
I was
you?
asking you. Yeah, we're talking about you.
Yeah, we're playing.
No, I was saying, what was the cards? They're cryptids and mystical creatures.
So let me show you guys. Now that I'm doing, I had to come out on my phone, so now I can kind of show you guys. All right, let me see. So this is the box
Oh, that's cool.
here,
Wow.
and this is the little deck. Look how tiny it is, guys. Look how tiny this deck is. It's so tiny, and then it's got the different cards.
Oh, cool.
Whoa.
The Phoenix. There's the Phoenix.
Love the Phoenix.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that the Cadejo, right? The CADEJO, Cadejo.
Correct.
I mean, this is
Correct.
really all it is. The Jersey Devil. And it has a
my
little
boy, the
word.
Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
That's Ryan's
Then
card.
it has a little word at the bottom.
Cassie,
this
if
is
you
the
have a
deck.
Wendigo, I'm stealing it.
Do what?
If you have a Wendigo, I'm stealing it from you.
I do have, we have the Wendigo. Oh, cool. Yes, the
Wait a
Wendigo.
minute. It said ghost. Is that a cryptid?
No.
Ghost is, what do you call it, guys? Ghost is not a cryptid.
It's an
It's
entity.
a
Paranormal
entity. Yes,
Yeah.
entity. So the deck has got different stuff in it.
Oh,
There's the
okay, so
ghost.
they're not all cryptids, right?
No.
Oh,
Mythological
okay.
creatures. There's the Ifrit.
Yeah, Ifrit. Wow.
Is it Ifrit or Ifrit?
Ifrit.
Okay, so Google translator said Ifrit.
Yeah.
Darn it. I hate that. There's the Ifrit. Dang it, now I have to get used to that. But we know this one, the
Ooh,
Chupacabra.
That's the alien one, too.
Chupacabra!
Wow, they got it right, too. It's not the little coyote version. That's neat.
Now, the one that I put on my cards, the one I put on the computer, is more of it's not the alien one. It's a different one.
Chupacabra you talking about?
Yeah.
Mexico
there was,
one, right, Ryan?
Different.
Mhm.
Yeah.
People got to start calling that the blue dog. Because that's
The
not
blue dog?
Chupacabra.
Okay. See, this is what I'm learning, guys. This is what I want. I want us to learn the difference in everything,
Oh, there's so many differences, Cassie. Your head's going to spin.
Oh, gosh.
This is why me and Ryan wanted
Yeah, we have to do a show.
live
No, I mean-
stream in 24 hours.
Hi, Sean.
I found that cryptid thing.
Yeah,
I'm sending
we need to get
you.
Missy on Monster Radio. So,
Yeah.
ooh, Will-O the
Yeah.
Wisp. Nice.
Well, because I love this one. I never even knew about this. Carol, you're going to Will-O the Wisp?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this just brings me to, how a lot of people will see lights up in like the Appalachian Mountains and lights
I've seen
just
it.
pretty much a lot of
Mountains.
just little.
That was my favorite.
Yes, that
Yep.
could be that
Ooh, the
little
Groot's
creature.
One
flying.
second, guys.
Nice.
Just had to say hi. There's the. So is it the Groot slaying?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, thank God. Because sometimes, guys, Google Translate will say it in a different way.
Oh, there he is. There's my boy.
Bigfoot. Look at how they did Bigfoot.
You know, the picture though is kind of funny. I mean, with the gesture he's making with his hand, it's like, what is he indicating there?
Right? Right? Like the other pictures are, yeah. Their pictures are kind of funny. So this one, Kajira? Kajira?
Buckeye.
So their names.
Yeah, it's a Japanese word, so it's buckeye.
But, okay, wait, you say Buckeye?
Buckeye Kujira.
Buckeye, Kajira. It's so hard. Buckeye, Kajira.
You're going to find a lot of them in the cryptid world.
Oh my gosh. Can't wait, though. I can't wait to kind of like learn, you know? This is what I love it, guys. This is what I'm here for. I want to learn about cryptids. I want us to be able to have people come in and learn about cryptids. So this is great, you know?
I've never heard of them.
This one's really hard to say. And I've never heard a lot of these either. Hi, Danny. Hi, Danny. Danny, we're talking cryptids.
What's up?
Nightmare. Hi, Nightmare. Thank you for coming in. I get so excited, guys, I forget to talk to chat. And Danny, if you don't have a wrench, we'll make sure you get a wrench, okay? What about this one, you two? What about this one? Buckest? Is it Buckest?
Yep, you got it. Nice.
Yay!
I'm just trying to look at the name before I look at the picture to see if I can get it, but my eyes are shot.
I'm sorry.
I have it on full screen. I'm like,
and I could try to get it closer too, Missy, for you.
No worries.
Test. Like so many that I didn't even know about.
Yeah.
Is this the Anansi?
Yep, you got it.
You're looking, dude.
I don't really like the pictures, guys. I don't really like the pictures though that they use, but I think there was more a little bit more cartoony maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's kind of what they were going for.
And it kind of shows their I mean, as what I can figure, look at and see, it kind of shows their personality side.
That's true, huh? That's true.
Because now I'm just seeing that it's a spider.
Yeah.
Is it a spider?
Yeah.
Because before I'm like, is he alien? Is he? And then I'm like, oh yeah, spider web. Okay.
So is it like a man with eight?
It's actually a really big spider, is what it is. It's a giant spider.
But does he have like the man of a head? I mean, the head of a man?
No, I think they did that just to kind of give it that touristy look.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of just a cartoon, playful thing, you know?
Yeah. Alkanost?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's one you don't see very often.
Yeah.
Alkanost. And some of the pictures that I picked from online probably don't really. I don't know. I couldn't really find much for some of these. Well, some of them you can, but I'll have to ask you guys.
Well, if Brian ever puts out his book of all the cryptids in the world.
Yes.
I'm working on it. It's a slow process.
Yes. Is this the Namazu? Namazu?
Yep. It's a fish.
Rockfish.
There's just so many guys. Look at this one. You guys know this one.
Ooh. Nessie.
Nessie.
How I picture Nessie, like with a smile. I'm not here to bother anybody. I'm just living my best life.
Right?
That's right.
Look at her.
Scottish accent, of course.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I can't do that. I do dragons. I don't do him.
Ooh, the Hydra. All right.
That cool?
That is cool.
Percy Jones, man.
The Kraken.
There's the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. Release the Kraken. What was that?
I think working, researching cryptids and everything is what inspired my voice acting career.
I wish I could do that. What? Okay, so there's so much there. Is it the horse? Is it the little crazy guy?
So this is the
both.
Doulahan. Oh, what can you guys tell us about the Doulahan?
I don't know. Ryan?
Well, according to Irish mythology, it's got a horse's body and it's got a dead man's torso right in the middle of its back.
So is this kind of like oh come on, where
Hey, is this like
where
that
the
movie?
guy?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to. My brain's not working. It's too late.
It's similar to the
Sleepy
Nutcracker.
Hollow? Oh.
Headless Horseman. Yes.
Izzy!
That's in New York.
Hi, Izzy!
Yeah.
We're talking
can't see it
cryptids
so small.
tonight. I know. And this picture is kind of different too.
I kind of like it. It gives off a Tim Burton feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does really. I think you and Missy both kind of like these cards, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely do, yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I like them.
Oh, I like that. Which one is that? The fairy?
Mm-hmm.
There's
I
the
like that.
fairy.
You don't see a fairy represented like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Normally you see them as
Exactly.
like blonde-haired girls with little butterfly wings and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that it's trickery because you have to watch out for the fairy world.
Yeah.
Not all
The
fun.
Fae can be very mischievous.
Exactly. Right?
Mhm.
Let's see. Nancy, Big Kiss. I think we did that one. We did that one. I think we did all of these. There's like 32 cards.
I see the Mothman.
I see too.
Mothman, Lampad,
Yep, one pad. Ghostly Lovers.
Ghostly Lovers.
Oh,
You ever
I
watch
want
Doom Patrol? It's like those people.
just like who?
You ever watch the show Doom Patrol?
No.
They have ghosts that, do all that sorts of stuff.
So I want to get into that because that sounds ghostly lovers, like the story how that came about. What's it called?
Mhm.
Like a trail? Not a trail. Jesus. What the heck was it?
Missy has never-ending story on her mind.
All the time, every day. I swear to God. I can't think of what the story is. Are you talking about like the lovers of the water? That the spirit.
Never.
Oh. Do you know what I'm talking about, Ryan?
Yeah, I do.
Where he went out on a boat. It was, actual people. He went out on a boat and crashed at sea or had whatever. He died at sea, and the waves coming up are him yelling to her, and her on shore yelling to him, which makes him go back out.
Wow.
Oh, romantic.
I love that. This one, correct me if I'm wrong. Olgoy Korkoi?
No need to correct you. You got it.
Ooh. Nice.
Olgoy
Very impressive.
Korkoi. That's the one. I can't
You know what that
remember.
looks like? The sandworm for Beetlejuice.
It does.
Yes.
Is this the one? Is this the Mongolian earthworm thing?
The death
The
worm.
Mongolian death worm.
Yeah, death worm.
Very similar.
Woo! Isn't that cool, guys? Which one is that? Now, is it the Kate Sidhe?
Sid Hay.
Kate Sidhe?
Hmm.
Gosh, those words. They're
I'm
hard.
trying to-
Am I echoing, guys?
Not
I don't
for
think
me.
so.
He's in the cemetery.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
There he is. Oh, I don't like that.
What?
Cute.
You don't like
Yeah.
this one, do you? The little,
Now that looks
Drawing.
like it's with wings.
Yeah,
Right?
actually would be so bad at that one too.
It looks like a Pikachu
With the burning bridge in the background, she
character
would be
with
so
the face.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
that
God,
one
it is Pikachu. I can't unsee that.
Yeah.
Carol, you ruined it. Yeah, I see Pikachu.
Now, is this one the Hagen and Moonin?
Yep.
Hagen and Moonin. That sounds funny. I'm going to hug you and moon you.
They're basically evil crows that set forests on fire.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're not nice
Wow.
guys.
Oh gosh. But we're going to learn so much more, and you guys are going to bring so much more to the table. And if you guys want to know more about all this, you can find it on Ryan's channel and Missy's channel, because they both go deep into the rabbit holes
Yes,
of
we
all
do.
of this.
I love her.
This
I live in a rabbit.
Yes.
Rusaka.
Rusaka. Look at her.
That's like the biggest one.
There's the Rusaka. Do you guys know anything about the Rusaka?
I think it's a Russian folklore thing. I think it's supposed to be like a chained princess or something like that.
Okay.
Like a dark astrology.
Ooh. There's that one.
My favorite movie, just saying.
Oh, Leviathan.
Oh, I love Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Nice.
Ooh, these cards are going to be so fun. What is that one? The Fuoth? Is it Fuoth?
Hmm.
There's the Fuoth.
These mer people.
Oh, the mer
Mer.
people.
He's basically a merman or Aquaman or whatever you want to call it.
Isn't this going to be so fun, guys? I have 2 more decks coming, and then I have 2 decks here that are cryptid and
What's the
mythology.
word on that one?
Mermaid.
What do you mean? The what word? You mean like the bottom word? Commitment.
No, not that one. The last one.
The previous one?
Oh, the Fuoth
Yeah.
is
Okay.
malice.
Okay.
There's the mermaid, which is commitment, and
Very
the
nice.
kitsune.
Ooh, the kitsune.
Yeah.
Is it kitsune?
Yeah, that's so weird that they have wisdom for that because kitsune are supposed to be very mischievous and trickery little devils.
Yeah, well, I know that's weird.
It's interesting.
Maybe you have to have wisdom to do all the
Mhm.
tricking.
Yeah, it's like, Wait,
I mean,
you know what? That's a valid point.
So it's
That's
kitsune.
very valid.
Making sure I don't say them wrong. And like I said, Google Translate doesn't.
That's a
doesn't
Japanese
code.
folklore.
Oh, so I just noticed that up in the right-hand corner, it tells you if it's an earth or if it's,
Yeah.
an, you know,
Yes.
like water sign, or if, I mean,
Yep.
not water sign, but
Oh,
if
that's
it's
cool.
in the water, the
Mm.
air, the.
Wow,
Ah.
cool.
And I don't know my signs yet, guys. I don't know my signs. So I still have to learn the signs: the earth, water, fire. What's the other one?
Tequila.
Tequila.
Air. It's you know,
Or air.
the elemental.
Elemental. So each of them like are elemental. So that's
Elements.
the cards, guys.
Those are
right
cool.
there. Elements. Isn't that cool?
So cool. Yeah.
Those
That's-
are
that's-
really
Very
cool. I like them.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
cool
I
one.
want that deck.
Oh. I sent you that thing, Cassie. The native thing.
What name? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. I
I'm
do
just
have another
curious
deck.
to see if Ryan
go ahead.
has seen any of these. If he knows some of these.
So this is the other deck, but this deck did not come with cards. I got it way cheaper from a thrift place, but it didn't send me the cards. But I do have
Oh,
the book with, there's the Baraments.
that's actually a cute little fairy tale. They're little lambs that emerge from rosebuds.
Oh.
Oh, that's awesome! And then this
It's
one has
kinda
this one tells about it right here. And then it has a meaning, a card meaning too. So this one has it all, but it doesn't have the cards. But I think I can make it work. So this is this is like a $35 book and deck, which I got for $20, but I didn't get the cards.
Nice.
So
Does
that's okay.
Does each page have like a number?
And then, so I did use my regular cards. Yeah. So I took my regular playing cards and I wrote down each of the names, and I'm just going to use that. So I can
There you go.
shuffle the cards and pick a card, and then go to the page.
That's what I do with
Yeah.
index
It
cards.
doesn't seem
When I
like very.
have the deck and I want a deck.
Let's see what they have. They have the Sasquatch too.
Ooh.
So these cards would have been so cool. Rainbow Snake, the Phoenix, but it has the reading on it or about it, and then a little, not a little. That's a lot. That's a card reading. So I got this one too, and then I'm waiting for 2 more decks of Cryptid decks.
Very cool.
So I got this one with a whole different, how many? I think 30 something, different cards. Let me see. But I'm going to pull a card for Ryan.
Oh, okay, awesome.
I'm going to pull one for
Yeah.
see what we can get.
Don't
for
mind me. A
Ryan.
friend of mine made fudge, so I'm like, yes.
Oh. Fudge?
I haven't had fudge
The
since
friend of-
I was like 15 years old,
Oh,
Oh, really?
and I crave it every year when people bring it up, and I'm like, then I forget about it.
you guys
I
have
haven't
a
had fudge.
Bass Pro Shop? Bass Pro Shop has the best fudge.
Oh yeah.
Really? Not ours.
Ours doesn't make it anymore because of COVID. I don't think they even went back to it after COVID.
Over here in Arizona, we have Tombstone, and Tombstone makes some good fudge. Oh my god, it's perfect.
Love
I
it.
haven't had fudge in years.
Yeah, I think they have like 75 different flavors at one shop.
Wow.
Oh,
So,
gee.
Nice.
yeah, there's kinds you've never
Wow.
heard
Different
of.
hour.
Oh. Yeah, me too. It's like spend all day there just eat.
Right?
See if it was like
Ooh, the black shuck.
if it's like the
Ooh.
little like Menchie's, you could say, "Can I taste the?" They'll give you like
Yeah.
and by the time you've tasted like 3 or 4, it's so rich that I'm done.
I
changed
know,
my mind.
right? Oh, can you imagine that? Oof.
Funny story. I went there so often that I got to the point where when I would walk in, the person behind the register would just give me this big exasperated sigh, like, here we go. You'd have to sit there for like 20 minutes getting all this different kind of fudge. You just be like, here, take it, Ryan.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that'd be me. I gotta
I
find
want to
your.
know what that shuck's about.
Oh, one
Great.
second. Let me find it. Sorry, I gotta. Right here. Okay, so now if it sounds wrong, let me know. But this is what I got. Black shuck, also known as the devil dog, with glowing eyes, supposedly terrorized England for centuries. People in Bungay, England, know all too well what the creature known as the Black Shuck can supposedly do. One bit of town folklore from 1577 says this giant hellbound killed 2 people who were kneeling in prayer after knocking down the church doors amid a flash of lightning. The ghostly apparition then traveled 12 miles away to Blithburgh Church, the story says, where it killed 2 more people. Anyone who saw a Black Shuck described a large dog with black, mangy fur. These dogs would supposedly be larger than normal, with some even as big as a horse. They were foaming at the mouth, as if deranged, rabid, or ravenously focused on hunting for their next meal. Perhaps most distinct characteristic of the Black Shuck was its eyes, red and big as saucers. Furthermore, these hellbounds were always said to appear suddenly and without warning, and then disappear as quickly as they arrived. And if you did catch a glimpse of one, it is believed to be either a protective spirit, according to a modern farmer, or a portent of death, a family guardian watching over everyone, or a warning of certain doom, an omen. That's what I got from the internet.
Yeah, very scary stuff.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So that's what I got for the Black Shuck.
I don't know if they do to you, Ryan, but when people talk about the Black Shuck, Timberwolf come into my mind so many times.
Yes, that or the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Is that a cryptid too?
No, that's a Sherlock Holmes book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called again?
Black Shucks, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
No. The
Black
Hound
Shuck.
and what?
The Hound of the
Black Shuck,
Baskervilles.
The Hound and what?
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I want to find that because I put on my channels old time radio shows, and I've been doing a series. I need to get back to it of the Sherlock Holmes. I'll see if they have that one. Put that up there.
Ooh,
That's good.
that's very cool. Let me know if you find that one. I'll definitely check it out.
I love
I'm
that.
gonna look right now.
Oh, I got to do his little reading too. So your theme of this card is Omen. Here it goes. Always be alert. Know danger and its potential. Trust your instincts and always check your surroundings, even if it seems something silly. Avoid anyone or anything that you get a cold feeling on. Anticipate possible problems or troublemakers or drama. And be vigilant and be prepared for anything. Always go with your gut. That was for Ryan.
Very fit.
That's
Very,
perfect
very-
for you, Ryan.
Yeah, it really is in so many ways. Wow. That's really good. Thank you, Cass.
You're welcome. So everything on these I probably didn't get right, but that's what I'm here is to learn. I would learn about all these, how to say them and about them, and it's just fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's a learning process.
Definitely. I usually don't say the names right anyway, so don't worry about it, because I can hardly speak English as it is, let alone those names.
Oh, some of them are hard. Like I'm like,
Yes,
well, I
they
kind of
are.
want to know, I don't want to go in and be like totally saying everything wrong. But I mean, so I did try to do some homework, and then put some stuff with it. Like I said, you don't get much with this deck. And that's okay, because it's kind of teaching me to branch out and bring stuff in. And I don't know, it's fun. It was a lot of fun. I usually don't do this, right? You guys know me. I don't usually.
Is everybody pronounces it differently. Every single person
Okay.
will pronounce one name in different ways.
Okay.
There's no right or wrong way.
Okay.
If it sounds good to you and it's easy to pronounce, go with it.
I get anxiety, so I go to Google Translate. I'm like over and over, and I'm like, I do, because I'm trying to be prepared a little bit. I don't want to just come in and be, here it is, guys. I'm trying to be prepared, and
Wait till you do
And give
to
up
the
the best.
Native American cryptids, man. Once you get to the Native American cryptids, your tongue will be tied.
oh gosh,
Hey, bring
oh my god.
bring that up, Cassie. I sent one to
Oh.
you.
How do I do it?
I'm not telling you what to do. It's on Messenger. I don't know.
Go to Messenger. I don't know if I can I?
Can
Isn't
you
it like a screen
see.
share?
I can try
Let's
if
see. Oh, right there.
you want me to.
That is so cute. Oh, can you try to bring it so I can allow it to come in? Because I don't know how to do it on my phone.
What'd you say?
Could you try to share it and then I'll accept it? Because I don't know how to do that on my phone. I can do it on my computer.
Yeah, phones are a hassle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still kind of learning it, guys. I'm still learning all this tech stuff.
If it makes you feel any better, I suck at tech, so you're not alone.
Oh, I do too.
Okay, so you know what?
And all of you guys have seen my lives, so we know what goes on there.
I like your tech, Missy.
I'm always having technical issues. Are you kidding, DC? For me doing auditions, do you see? This is my shift box
Oh, wow.
to do audition. I'm
That's
telling
cool. I like simpler and using our imaginations, and I'm just learning. But I just learned kind of do slides a little bit too. I learned how to do slides, Google Slides,
Very
and
nice.
my 13-year-old kind of taught me that. Mom, you don't know that? I'm like, no.
Leave
I
it
know,
to
that's
kids
good
to
app.
figure it out.
Can
I
you
had no
see
idea
that?
that. Let me see. I see it. I see it. Let me get it in there.
Ooh. There's the
That's
one to
right,
go.
Ricky.
Yes. Look at. Yes, he's creepy. And the deer woman up here, she's
Mhm.
pretty. I see that a lot. And then this lady down here on the left.
Mhm.
There's like okay, so it tells you the tribe that
Yep.
this is associated with. So, but it starts with a T, TLA. She looks angry.
Yes. She's supposed to be like she's kind of a demon woman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very loose interpretation, but she's kind of a demon woman, so.
Guys,
she's
this
not
is so fun.
Oh, the fly. Yes. That's the flying.
the flying heads.
Cool.
Yes.
Ah,
Just want to learn more
was it
and more.
Mongolia that used to be a sport?
Hmm.
Like they would cut off the head and see who the heads of
Oh my
their
gosh!
and see how far. It's like, I don't know.
I
I'm in
just wish they'd
Iowa.
get the
And it,
Wendigo right, though. They never get the Wendigo right on these things.
I think he's pretty cool, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what to compare him to. Like, I don't remember. I've seen it, but
Oh, Freaky can't see it. You can't see it, Freaky?
It's yeah. Not.
it's not showing on YouTube.
Oh man,
It's showing for me. Let me check on.
that's weird.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
it's
got
just
red eyes too.
Oh,
Quick.
dang it. Oh, I see. I have bad eyes too.
the good Thunderbird, and then this bottom guy looks like he steals babies. The Kuala Bulki Inuit tribe.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I
I'll actually be writing a book about all these things that you see on this page.
The
That would be
Yupik
so
tribe in Alaska. I know they have. That's when I was talking about earlier about the red eyes. It's a red-eyed spirit that steals babies.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
But
also
anyway,
the basket woman.
Yeah.
You get the Zuniqua. The Zuniqua is a basket woman.
Oh wow.
Is it on?
No, I don't think.
But anyway,
In a way,
I just
it's there. It's at the bottom right hand.
Yeah, the one that you were just pointing out, Carol.
oh, okay, yeah, I see. I'm following you.
See, aren't they so neat? I love this. I love learning more about the mythological and the cryptids.
purple. All right, that's it. That's it.
Let's see.
Yeah, I just thought that was cool.
Yeah, those are very neat. I'll be writing a book on all of those eventually.
Yeah.
How many do you think there are out there? Like, I know it's probably that's a tough question.
If I had to guess, oh boy, yeah, I can't even come up with a number really. There's so many of them, Carol. It's ridiculous. The numbers just keep going up and up and up and up and up and up.
Yeah.
Would you put them in like different categories or?
I plan on it. When I do my book, I'm going to do it in categories like, according to paranormal entities, shapeshifters, Bigfoot-like beings, giants, so forth and so on. There's a lot when you start digging into the indigenous lore. Mm-hmm.
Right.
When you dig into native lore, man, there's so much stuff to come up with. Yeah, it's not just a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole with branch offs. I have branch offs.
Right?
Offs.
Yes.
Like an ant hole.
I think it's fun.
Tie a rope around your waist so somebody can pull you out.
Like the movie culture.
None of that.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Freaky making popcorn. Freaky, you better be sharing that popcorn.
You weren't here when I showed what I got.
Oh, popcorn.
You got popcorn too?
Popcorn with Reese's Pieces
Ooh.
in there.
Well, there's they need popcorn tonight.
It's actually kettle corn.
Kettle corn is my favorite.
Oh,
I stole it from my daughter-in-law. They're not here. What are they going to know?
Reese's Pieces are actually Ryan Date. I'm like E.T. Lay down Reese's Pieces on the floor. I'll grab them and follow you along.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I want something salty but sweet, and kettle corn's just not cutting it by itself. So I'm like, Christmas candy.
Yes.
I like
well, I got
candy
fudge,
corn.
so I'll be content for now.
Fudge. You guys are making me want to get off this diet.
Oh, I need you on a diet.
Oh, I didn't know you were on a diet, Cassie. My bad.
And I was eating cookies. I was eating cookies in front of you. Sorry.
I have willpower. I got this.
I'm not going to say sorry because Cassie showed that popcorn a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
it had all in there.
Oh, yeah.
And so that made me crave it for like weeks. So I'm not even saying sorry.
I still have a big bowl of that too. I have a big old bowl of it. Just sitting there.
That's funny.
Sweet, some popcorn mixed. I used to have
Go ahead, Cassie.
I was just going to say, I used to have corn nuts in a bowl with candy mixed when I was a kid.
Oh, wow.
I loved nuts until I busted a tooth on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't do that
I'll
now.
be taking a walk to the store now. Thanks, Cassie.
Go ahead, Missy.
From what you have read about Cassie and Carol, what are your guys' favorite legends and lores?
Are we talking cryptids or?
Can be, or I mean, a lot of lore is based on cryptids. At least in my eyes, I think.
Yeah.
What is my? Would you say what is our favorite, or what is our?
That you've learned about so far. I mean, or the normal ones like Bigfoot, Mothman.
Okay. I have two favorites from this deck. Let me see. Let me find it really quick. Because I have to read it because it's so beautiful. So the Dullahan. The Dullahan is also known in Irish mythology as the Headless Horseman and the embodiment of the Celtic god Crom Dubh, if I'm saying that right. His is the story of a headless rider who roams the lands of Ireland looking for victims whose lives he intends to take. The Dullahan is one of the most well-known tales of Irish mythology. In turn, the Headless Horseman has become a key character used in the mythology of many cultures, as well as many horror stories. The Dullahan is most well known for his headless appearance And there are many stories that suggest that how he lost his head. One of which being that he was a soldier in his previous life, and his head taken from him in battle. His roaming has been depicted as him searching for his lost head for all of eternity. However, some stories suggest that he already has his head, and that he rides with a darker purpose, believed to be so bitter about his own death that he searches for other souls to take with him in the afterlife. He is commonly portrayed as either riding on the back of a black horse, headless, or riding in a black carriage that is pulled by 6 black horses, also headless. It is said that these horses ride so quickly and ferociously that fire emerges from their nostrils and their hooves as they strike the ground. The carriage that some believe he rides in is made of coffins, tombstones, and bones, indicating his evil intent to take innocent lives. But anyways, that's one of them that I really love. And I don't know if it's true, guys. I don't know if this is right, but this is what I got for Doulahan, is the Headless Horseman.
Yeah. Either way, I think they all sound very cool. So
a couple different things, I think, you know what I mean? There are a couple different, I think, ways of the Headless Horseman. Even the legend of the Sleepy Hollow in America is based on the Irish legend. So yeah. So I love that one. But there's a couple of them I love, guys.
Well, it's funny because I think what started me loving legends and everything, I had this is back when I was wicked young. I had an old storybook that was actually done by, what's her name? Shirley Temple.
Oh,
when she got older, she wrote a storybook. And my first story the one story that I would always go back to was Archibald Crane. Yep, Sleepy Hollow. That was in there. It had a bunch of other ones, but do you think I could remember them? No. Because
Do you still have that book?
I wish I did.
I bet it would be worse than money.
I
didn't know she wrote a book.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I wanna say I have 2, and it would be the Banshee and the Werewolf. I'm a wolf.
What was the second one?
Werewolf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody loves the werewolf.
I'm a wolf person. I just love.
I don't blame you. It's cool. I love werewolves as well.
Mm-hmm. I love those too.
Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah.
Just gonna say hi to Woman's Station channel.
Hi.
Hello.
We're just talking cryptids.
Where it is.
Werewolves are definitely something we could get really deeply into.
Oh, I would love that. Yes. Like in my head, I have a story. It's just, oh my God, I have so many things started. I gotta finish. But I could like write a book on like a whole setup of the werewolf and like, and that like the scorned woman, right? And she was like left out in the woods for dead, but then the werewolf came, and then they were just like a team, and then they went after all. You know what I mean? Oh, that could just go there.
Which kind of werewolf do you like, though? I mean, do you like the bitten werewolf, or do you like the more natural werewolf?
Natural, yeah.
So you like the one that maybe like bathed in the moonlight?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you like the one that bathed in the moonlight?
I want to be. I'm a moonlight person too, but yeah, yeah. But I would be more like a cryptid type instead of the man who is cursed and turns into one.
So more like a dog man.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like, wait.
There you go. Lupus Day. It goes back to there.
See?
I like the
freaky.
The storiness of it, like the Headless Horseman, the wolf, like Carol said. I like the storiness, like the Grimm brothers. I love all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How they take it, you know,
and make
stories.
Story, and a whole darn book, just one.
Yeah.
Right?
Just like your
Cassie,
own. You take it.
have you ever read the
take it-
original Brothers Grimm?
I don't think so.
Oh, that is some dark stuff.
Woohoo! I love dark.
Watch the movie. Does that count?
You can ask Missy on that. The original Brothers Grimm. Yeah, well, it counts in a way, but if you read the original stuff, it's nothing like what you read as a kid.
No.
So it's really
I
like
can
really
guarantee
dark,
it.
right? Really dark.
Oh yeah, man! You start getting into some of the stuff, and you start realizing what they mean with their little euphemisms, and you're going, "Oh my!"
It's kind of like nursery tales, you know. We've heard
So
where they come from, and you know the stories. It's kind of like doing that to you, only with the stuff that you've heard of Grimm's fairy tales.
Mhm.
here's
Yeah, when
in,
you say the Brothers Grimm, very Grimm.
in Google it says, "What is the darkest Brothers Grimm story?" And it says the robber bride or bridge. This is Bridge Grimm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna sound stupid,
You're not going to.
but what is? I'm trying to in my head place because I know I've heard it. I gotta know this, brothers. What is it?
What is
Well, if you
what?
look up the
Brothers-
Disney version, you'll be surprised.
Are you?
What?
If you look up the Disney version, you'll be very surprised.
What is the Disney version?
Try to guess.
Is it-
oh.
Is
Come on,
it
Missy, you know
with? Okay, I have this brain problem and it shuts down
I think
But-
we all have that problem, Carol.
with Beauty and the Beast.
Very close.
That's all I had.
Is it like that
I'd like
Ichabod
to make
thing?
sure I'm right on this. I actually have a copy of it right here.
I want to know the dark
Very
stuff,
close.
guys. I want to know the dark stuff.
Cassie's like,
I,
tell me
I,
all now.
I made that dark. I want to know, like, why I know Brothers Grimm. I've heard of it, and I'm
So, Brothers
I-
Grimm, are they like storytellers? Right? Brothers Grimm, storytellers?
Yeah,
is that
they
what it
wrote
is?
the original fairy tales, like all the stuff that you, the stuff that you read
Brothers-
from Disney, the Hansel and Gretel, and Pinocchio, and all that stuff. They wrote that, but they had darker versions that were much more
Oh, I
serious.
love
Like
that.
Hansel and Gretel was a story about cannibalism.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
yeah. Humpty
Because
Dumpty
Hansel-
was actually about a deformed child.
Yep.
So
Oh, wow.
it wasn't watered down like Disney did. Disney really watered it down and made it acceptable
Oh,
for kids in society. Brothers Grimm
I
didn't care.
see.
So there was brothers.
When they wrote this stuff, it was cautionary tales that were told in them.
Like with Hansel and Gretel, wasn't there like a famine or something? And it was about parents eating, having to eat their kids. And
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yep, like the Pied Piper. He drowned kids in the Brother Grimm version.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So there's some brothers, and their last name was Grimm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
So
Mhm.
they told these stories. Well, they told these stories how they originally are.
Yeah, they
Right?
actually wrote them. Yeah, they actually penned them.
Here's a
It's
list.
fun.
The six.
You know how like
The
we
six.
hear like Ring Around the Rosies and you find out what that really is about, right? It's kind of the
Uh-huh.
same version, only with
Here's the
That's right.
6 creepiest fairy tales. I think I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up?
No.
Okay, I keep like things freeze. Anyway, yeah. Here's on Google. There's the 6 creepiest fairy tales. The creepiest. Wait, that's not. I meant to push Brothers Grimm. Sorry.
don't be sorry.
That's
I
okay.
had a list. Sorry.
So they're
I'm
the
so-
original. They're the original storytellers, and then Disney kind of made it their kid version, family version, right? Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
We just
Little
like
Pig?
ruined everything for Cassie.
But I love it.
I don't think
But
it's
I love
ruined
it.
yet. It's
Her
not ruined yet.
grandbaby's going to be watching these, and she's going to be like, you know what I'm really about?
I love it though. I love the darkness, guys. I love it.
Why do
So
you
the
think I
three
love
little-
Legends and lore?
It gets really dark, Cassie. I'm telling you, it gets incredibly dark.
I'll be sitting
If
with my
you read
blanket
the
on.
original version, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
How can it get darker than parents eating their children?
Oh, it does.
Well, I mean, look at Little Red Riding Hood. Okay, during the time, the era that was written, okay, there were certain women that wore red hoods. They were prostitutes. And the Big Bad Wolf was basically a guy who was sexually obsessed with a very young girl who was a prostitute. So when he was stalking her in the woods, he was stalking her because he wanted to rape her. That's basically what it was about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a grandma involved?
Oh yeah. He actually he kills the grandma in that book, so he can pose as the grandma to get to her.
Whoa.
No, I mean like in the dark part too. But yeah.
He kills the
Oh,
grandmother.
Lord.
He sneaks into the grandmother's house and he kills the grandma so that he can dress in her clothes and get closer to Little Red Riding Hood.
Whoa.
It tells how they died too.
Yeah.
Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Wilhelm.
Oh, yeah, they don't leave nothing out.
No, I mean the Brothers Grimm. How they died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Yep.
it.
That's
They
one
were
of my
dark.
favorite movies, though, is The Grimm Brothers. Have you
There's a
you guys?
movie?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
with
you know.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Where can we?
Carol,
find
we have
it?
homework to do. We have homework to do.
They're going to be up all night.
I think it's
Netflix.
on.
No.
I think you can find it on YouTube or Netflix or even Tubi, possibly.
And what was it called again?
Everybody's
Grimm
looking
Brothers.
now. Like, is that movie on there? The Brothers Grimm.
I know. Yeah, The Brothers
it's-
Grimm. That's right.
Everybody's looking
That's
for it
all.
now. Like, are we gonna watch this movie?
I know. Now I really want to watch it again.
I'm telling you, I have been living under a rock, guys. It's the truth.
I had the DVD at one point.
No, Cassie, you haven't. You
Yeah.
really haven't. It's just, when you start researching stuff like this, you get exposed to things that you did not know before. So you kind of go, oh.
Start going down the rabbit hole.
Oh, damn
And sometimes those rabbit holes are pretty twisted.
I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm just kidding.
If you have a Prime subscription, you can get it there. It's on Star, Hulu. Yeah.
Oh, I got Prime. Yay! That's what I'm doing tonight.
Oh,
I don't have
I
to
know what
pay
Cassie's
for it
watching tonight.
Let me know if you like it, because that's like I said, that's one of my favorite movies.
Here's all like pictures of some of the books. Oh, so cool. Yeah, we're very fond of dark things, aren't we, Cassie?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Dark, yeah.
You kind of have to be.
Yeah. I was telling my
Oh, yeah.
mom and my youngest daughter about this video that I was narrating, and it was about Iowa. It happened in Iowa, and it's these in the 30s. It was these two moms at different times within years that kind of they got really depressed, and then it was a murder suicide kind of thing, but it goes into detail and stuff like that. And my daughter says, okay, enough, like, enough, this is getting too deep.
Right.
And so I think they really all worry about my brain.
I've done
Yeah.
that on my show. I've done that on my show, because I'll scan things, but I really want to have the experience with you guys when I'm talking about it. So I'll scan it, and then one day I can't remember what story it was, but I was reading it, and I'm just like, this ain't going where I thought it was gonna go. Let's go on to another one. Yes.
Right?
So,
Like, no,
yeah.
I love
Stories
it.
from the 30s did you have to sound like an old person? Me?
What?
Who are you talking to, Freaky?
I am old.
I think I sound like a younger person than what I am. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think what they meant is like, did you do an old person's voice for it?
I wish I could do.
Oh,
voice.
from the story from the 30s.
Oh, I see. I'm a little slow.
It's okay. It's freaky. But yeah, I mean, you get into those, like you'll start out slow, and the more down the rabbit hole you go, you're gonna find those stories. Like Japanese stories aren't fun either. They are.
No, they're very dark too.
Yeah, like
that's what I was thinking.
Wait till you get to the Wendigo and the Skinwalkers, and you're like, oh boy.
Well, yes. I've done a lot of skinwalking. No, I haven't. I've
really knew more about. Really, Carol, tell us this.
I watched a lot and read a lot on the skinwalkers because of my oldest daughter is into that, and then it goes into the UFOs because there was a show, the Skinwalker show, where it kind of the two go hand in hand. Anyway.
Oh, Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, Skinwalker Ranch.
My favorite place.
Wendigo.
The Wendigo, yeah.
Yeah, but when you get into the real tradition, the real lore of the Skinwalker, though, it's 100% terrifying. I can tell you from personal experience, when I started talking to some Navajo people here in Arizona, I was just like, okay, I'm not going outside ever again.
Yeah, no, I've looked into that too, and that's the most, like, I enjoy that and connect with that more than if it was something else, somebody else telling the story or in their experiences. It's more real when it's
I actually kind of have I kind of have a mission with my book and over on.
You're breaking up. Is it breaking up to you guys?
Yeah, I thought it was me.
I thought it was me too. Say that again, Ryan.
Oh, you guys are picking out my end too.
No.
I have a mission over on Monster Radio with my book. I want to present the actual Native lore because I feel like people are taking advantage of Native American mythology and they're whitewashing it. They're turning it into something that was never told by the Native Americans. And I find that appalling. I find it offensive. So I kind of want to put the real there so people can know what the natives really spoke about, what they really feared.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I know you're a Monster Radio, right? Right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I know that I've either seen you on somebody's channel, like on a panel, or that I have
Matt. You see him on Matt with Matt. Second Star Survival.
Okay, can you, Ryan, type in chat so I can find you? I want to make sure that
This is what I'm thinking. He must have, because he goes to Matt.
Yeah.
You might have seen him in Missy's
Actually,
too.
Cassie, can you send her my link?
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. I'm getting the chills. I'm so excited.
It's fun. Awesome and it's interesting. It really is. I'm not gonna lie.
The Skinwalkers.
Just wait till I get started on the Wendigo. I've got so much to say on the Wendigo.
See, that'll probably but so far the Skinwalkers terrify me more than any of them because
I'm not sure which one's more terrifying because I mean,
they're all scary.
There's tales of people becoming Wendigo. And it's
breaking up. Is he breaking up just for me or
everybody keeps blinking out on my screen for some reason except for Cass?
I know on mine too.
So we're getting busted. Somebody doesn't want us talking about this.
I know, right? That's when it gets freaky.
Calm Come on now.
You think it gets freaky for you, Shadows? I'm over in Arizona where the skinwalkers are supposed to be, so it's like, oh,
I know, right?
Listen,
Exactly.
I used to there it is. I used to date this guy, and he lived in Arizona, in Phoenix by I don't know what mountains. And so we would walk the mountains, right?
Oh boy.
And there was some creepy stories about those mountains. I don't know what they were, but then there's what is the super that the mountains, the
Superstition Mountains?
Yes. I never got to go up there. But I've heard
You know
some creepy
what?
stories
That's not a place you want to go just to lounge out. That's a very, very dangerous place.
Isn't there people that live up there, have like expensive houses?
Yeah, but they also say there's feral people up there. They say that the weather turns bad on a dime, and they don't know why.
Feral people?
Yeah. Like, what? That's the best. Oh my God, feral people and sewer people are my favorites.
That's a whole nother thing that I've like heard about spooky. And that they said in the national parks, that's one reason why people go missing is because the feral people.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my God.
I like that saying. It said, how do people just go somewhere and disappear? It can't happen. It doesn't happen. And then the National Forest says, hold my beer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Listen, if you want to go missing and go off grid, it's almost impossible. But just go to a national park. You might not. How do I do this?
Yeah, you won't have a hard time disappearing then, huh?
I got you, monster.
Same with Alaska.
Oh yeah, Missy, you got a lot of stuff up in Alaska too.
I'm not in Alaska anymore, Ryan.
That's right, you're not.
I bet there's some. See, you guys got to do some stories from places you live.
I get it. I got so much stuff.
Do that.
I'm thinking about it. I might do that.
Yes, do that on your channel, and then y'all can the scariest, right? The scariest stories you have in your area. Well, I know you're not there in Alaska anymore, but
I'd like to know more. I'd like to know about Alaska and New York.
We got some.
There you go.
Well, have you ever heard of well, everybody's heard of Lady in White,
Yeah.
but the movie Lady in White.
Oh yeah.
The one where Angela's mother from Who Does the Boss was in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that movie? That was shot here in New York. That was at Lyons. My oldest daughter, actually went to the school that they shot at.
Whoa.
Cool.
Yeah.
Why have I not heard about all these wonderful movies?
The Lady in White's castle is actually in Rochester.
Oh wow.
Which is 45 minutes for me.
I need
I'm
to
like,
go
have you heard of Rolling Hills Asylum?
Yes.
I'm like 15 minutes from
Yes.
there.
I used to live there.
That's the spot that I grew up investigating.
Oh my goodness.
That's awesome.
Okay. I already
That's a little
watched
too
it.
close for comfort for me, man.
Oh,
Oh my
really?
God, there's so much.
I love that stuff. No, I
Okay,
mean,
so you can
so go ahead, Carol. I'm sorry.
No. I'm always interrupting. You go ahead.
No, the spookiest thing, I only had two things happen to me in Alaska that was spooky to me. And that one, I guarantee, I can probably bet that 99%, I can put 99% down that what happened to me on the back porch was definitely cryptid. It had that feeling of being cryptid.
No.
But yeah, it was definitely like the energy was like, this is my territory, get your ass inside. And I said, okay.
Okay. Oh my God.
It was weird because it was almost like I was hallucinating. No lie, guys. And I'm serious. you guys have known me for a while. I'm a logical person. But let me tell you, when those white flowers, the bigger ones you're not supposed to touch. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
The round
nightshade.
Yeah, right. But it was the smaller ones, not the big one. They were like it was going wintertime, so they were like going dead. You know what I mean? And they were like hanging over and stuff like that. I swear to God, when I was out having a cigarette on the back porch, this is when I lived in the hotel and worked at the hotel. I looked out there and it looked like little freaking like jungle people. Like, no lie. And I mean, I'm like looking at them knowing that it's just these flowers, right? But I'm no lie, like it looked like one was holding a sphere, one had a shield, and they were like little. And whatever it wasn't that was given the energy to go. They were like, I feel like they were, whatever was in there was watching. But then all of a sudden this like bigger thing came in to where the woods were. And that's when I went inside, because I was like, it was like that twin feeling that I was like, nope, I'm gone.
So were they puckwudgie?
I don't know. They remind me of like the people, like it almost had a feel of, the little jungle people that come after you I can't remember what movie it is, but where
the little
they
piggies?
come. Yeah. Between them and like critters. I mean, no lie. It was just like very weird. I've never had an experience. Now, like I said, I've been on my path since I was like, 16 years old. I've dealt with, I've seen supposedly gnomes, where the little shadows running around my house and stuff like that. But I've never dealt with anything that was just like, and I'm sitting there, and mind you, before I felt that bigger creature, whatever it was, come into the picture, I kept like looking over there, and like kind of like in the movies when you're rubbing your eyes and you're looking back, like I'm not seeing this, but I'm like, I was seeing this. And then when I think I got more.
Yeah, you're not. You're not going to register it because we're taught that these things don't exist. So when we see them, we go, "Oh, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this."
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then when I started seeing the spears, and that just like there's no way that just it's there looking like a shield or a spear or you know what I mean. So I'm like, there's no way. And I looked back at it. I got up the next morning and went out there because I'm like, what did I want to know? And it was just those flowers. And I'm like, but it didn't it didn't look like a shield or a sphere. I even went back there at night to see if they looked, and it didn't. And I'm like, so I know. And I don't know. I almost want to say, what's that?
Widow people creep me out.
Yeah. It's weird. I know you hear the stories of little Native Americans in that too.
Is that creepy? 5'2"?
Carol, no.
No, my ex-sister-in-law's 4'8", so you're good.
I had a friend that was 4'7".
My mom's like 4 foot even, man. So
really,
yeah, my mom's a tiny little thing.
You don't mess with what they say. Big things come in small packages.
Oh yeah.
Like the smaller you are, you learn to be tough just to make it, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but, dynamite comes in small packages too. You don't mess with that either.
Well, I didn't hear what. The what?
Dynamite. That's packed in small packages.
There you go.
But so true. I honestly feel that the bigger thing that was with that, I truly feel that it was some sort of Bigfoot. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue why, but whatever. They were together. But one was more of a lookout, and the other one was like, get the hell away from me. I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't argue with Bigfoot.
No.
Oh my God. No.
And you know me, like when I talk about Bigfoot, I don't talk about the scary attacking Bigfoot. I talk about the level, Harry and the Hendersons, man.
Right.
But that night, it didn't want me there. I'll tell you that much.
No, I bet not. That's interesting. That's fascinating.
You guys think that's kind of what happens to people that walk too far into nature, like out into those national forests? Do you think they walk into something like a portal, or?
I think so.
I believe there's portals.
Definitely.
I believe there's portals, and I think I don't know, but it scares me to think, because I've heard a lot of people, maybe a handful, I don't know, but talk about how Bigfoot travels through portals.
Yeah.
That's spooky. Think about it like that. It's
Yeah,
spooky.
Ryan, there you go. Here we go. Now that I got Ryan up on a panel with me. What do you think about the whole Bigfoot with will-o-wisps around him?
That's funny, Missy, because I think there's actually a couple of different things going on with Bigfoot, okay? The first thing, I think they're seeing flesh and blood creatures, okay? But I think when we see things like them traveling through a portal, or when they cloak, or when they see something around them, I think that might be something like a tulpa effect.
Okay.
And if you guys know what a tulpa is, it's when we think about something hard enough, our thoughts give something life. The energy of our thoughts gives it life.
Manifest,
so I think that maybe people are so focused on particular cryptids like Bigfoot, Dogman, things like that, that our energies gather, and they're seeing something that looks like a Bigfoot, but it's not quite a Bigfoot. It's like some kind of being that was brought over from the energy of our thoughts. So that's why it has all these magical abilities. Like it can disappear, it can walk through a portal, or if somebody tries to stupidly shoot it, the bullets go right through it.
Right.
It would make sense. I mean, really, because if there's flesh and blood being tulpa, that makes more sense that way.
Do you think there's more tulpas than there are Bigfoot?
I would have to say yes, because if you think back to like when they took the Patterson-Gimlin footage, right? Bigfoot was incredibly elusive, and nowadays, flash forward to so many years later, they're super common. I just don't see that being the case. That doesn't make any sense to me scientifically. Why would they come down and just be an abundant number and be showing themselves to humans? That doesn't make any sense. It's no rationality to it.
Right.
So I think it's more tulpas than it is the actual cryptid.
Okay. That makes sense. Total sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think you're right, because sometimes we want to see something so bad.
Yep.
Like you said, that, but I love nature sounds, and they are freaky.
Oh, yeah.
So
hi, Deanna.
I love owls, but owls.
Oh, Carol! When I'm done telling you about the Wendigo, you're not going to love owls anymore.
This Wendigo thing's not my dream.
I was thinking the same thing.
But there's this channel, and I wish I knew who he was, but I listened to him, and he goes out and records nature sounds, and I love owls, like I said, and they can sound like when people will post, what is this sound, and it's clear in the and it sounds like Bigfoot, what they would think, but owls, like, they sound just the same. And if you've never heard if you've never heard the different kinds of owls, the barn owl, and the different kinds of cries, the calls, the all kind, you're thinking, what the heck? Because to a lot of people, an owl will be whoo hoo, but oh my gosh, it gets
weird noises. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, living right out in the desert, I hear all these noises that would freak people out. If I took some city folk out here and I put them out in the desert at night and they heard those noises, they wouldn't know whether to crap or go blind, man. They'd be so scared. And I'd be like, it's just an owl, guys.
Right, yeah. Like that's why I, when I talk about even like with paranormal investigators or cryptid investigators, ufologists, all of them, we live in this world. You know what I mean? Most of us eat, sleep, and breathe this kind of stuff.
Right.
But to somebody new experiencing something, that's why I hate it when I see investigators making fun of people because they don't live it.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? They're like, what the hell? Like, I remember when I first started out investigating paranormal, I was scared of everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it upsets me when I see, investigators making fun of people, because
that's uncalled for, because they need to realize that they have to adapt to not be afraid of things anymore. You don't just go in to some certain situations and be impervious to fear. Fear is a natural human emotion. So when you see these bigger names making fun of the amateurs, it's like, how loathsome are you?
Yep.
Well, you know what?
So big for these people.
If they're really mocking, either they are, number one, trying to get subs, or number two, really have not experienced anything too much, because
correct,
behind their keyboards or their camera, they can be, all big and mighty. They're not out there hearing. You might have a camera and think everything that's going on, but no, you get if you're an empath, you get the feeling. You feel the floor rumbling. If there's, you get the whole thing, and you don't actually see. You don't know what's going through that person's head and heart. If they take off running, I've heard people say, "Wait, you're supposed to be an investigator. Why are you running? That's where you're supposed." Oh, please.
Yep, exactly.
You
I
can
don't
sit
care
back
who.
and watch this, and
Yep. I don't care who you are, how long you've been investigating. When that fear sets in, it sets in.
Yeah.
I actually, it's funny. I had a discussion with a guy who was like that. He was making fun of all these young people that wanted to become dogman researchers, and he was saying, they're cowards because they run away. And I asked him, I'm like, are you really in tune though? I mean, maybe you're not in tune, and that's why you're not feeling any fear, because you're not in tune with yourself or nature. Maybe that's why you're not finding anything either, because you're just so oblivious to the harmonics of the universe. Yet you're not feeling anything, period. So don't make fun of the next generation. You got to encourage them and teach them how to overcome that fear. Show them what to look for, what to listen for. Show them where these sounds come from, so they're not making the same mistakes that we did when we first started out.
Exactly.
But fear that's a survival thing, and if you don't have fear, there's something really messed up. And a lot of people pretend like they don't have fear because that's a weakness. Supposedly, no.
Right.
No, fear is going to save your ass. So,
are you kidding me? There's times I'm outside having a cigarette, and I'll hear a fox, but I haven't heard one in a while. I've been in 5 years. We don't have them. Well, we did, but they didn't come around town in Alaska. I've been there 5 years. It was the first time I heard a fox in a while. I come in and I'm like, Ryan, what sound? To my son Ryan, what sound does this make? And who makes this sound? And then afterward, I'm like, what does a fox say?
Oh no, I'm gonna have that.
And he's like, what's wrong with you? You grew up here.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure, man.
The first time I heard a bobcat,
fear can also be amusing.
Oh yeah. I laugh at myself all the time for getting scared of stupid foxes. Yeah.
Oh,
the first time I heard a bobcat. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll just real quick.
I used to have this friend. He used to go with.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry,
Girl, you go first. Girl, go first. Ladies first.
The first time I heard a bobcat, we were visiting my brother camping, and it sounded like a woman screaming like she was being killed.
Yes.
I said, "Okay, we're done. We're going back to civilization." We jumped in the car, and
I got a story about that. The first time I heard a bobcat scream, I was in Tucson, right? And I was walking with my friend down in the wash. It's the Rito River Wash. We heard this bobcat scream from a dark tunnel. I split like I was a Rocketeer, man. I jumped so high, I went airborne, and I was running up that hill. I left my friend alone at night. I was like, ow, dude. And he was sitting there laughing at me. And I'm at the top of the hill. I'm breathless. He's like, it was a bobcat, Rhino. I'm like, oh.
Bobcats can
I was gone, man. Oh, hi, Ashley.
Hey, you want to come up, Ash?
That's it reminds me of the story me and Eddie had a huge barn owl swoop down at us. Now, you guys know Eddie. He's the tough guy. He's the former Marine. He's scared of nothing type dude, I've never seen somebody jump and duck down at the same time. Like it was the first time I've ever seen him scream or be scared of anything, and I saw it like happen a split second before I ducked. You know what I mean? But it was hilarious.
They're huge.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Those owls can get huge.
It was funny. It will always make me laugh thinking about that.
They can.
Oh.
They can get
Right.
mean
Yeah, it was a
too,
huge
man.
barn.
Owls can be
Right out of
downright
the-
jerks, dude.
They
Oh,
can be jerks. Yeah, I love listening
Brian,
to
can
them though.
you?
Yeah, I got chased by a family of owls.
oh man, I can
Really?
imagine the family.
I
Mhm.
can't
Yeah,
run.
I was
so-
walking on one of my investigations, and I guess it was their nest. I didn't know the nest was there, and Mama and Daddy decided that they didn't want me there, so they were swooping on me and everything.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
running, and they're following me and swooping down on me and trying to hit my head. I'm just like, leave me alone. I don't want to die today.
Right.
It was
God,
funny. I
that's
mean, I found a
funny.
laugh in it afterwards, but in the moment, I was like, this isn't funny. This isn't cool, dude. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
I was trying to get a picture of one down the street, and I had my dog, and it flew away, and I'm like, the span of the wings. I'm like, holy cow! Because the closer you get, the
They're
more you
big,
can
huh?
appreciate it.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
you
I
don't
think
realize how
that's
big they are until you get up close.
Yeah, that one swooping down, man. I thought Mothman was after us. I swear to God, because it was a huge barn owl, and we're just walking along the side of the thing, and freaking this thing comes down, and it's like, it was huge.
Yes,
That
freaky.
was
It
like-
took my
I
dog.
bet.
The first
dog-
time I've ever been that close to an owl. I've seen them. I live in Western New York, but
Your
to be that
dog
close,
flew.
I was like,
Could you imagine? You know how big Aslan is, right, Cassie? Could you imagine a bird big enough to take him? Because
Oh gosh,
freaky, you said
that would be
dog flew away.
scary.
And then in my head, I'm picturing, oh my God, a bird taking him away.
You should talk to Ashley about a really big bird. She and her daughter saw one.
A what bird? What?
Oh wow.
They think they saw a thunder crow or something similar to that. Talk about a big
Really?
bird. That's a big.
I was going to
big,
ask
big,
you.
huge
I'll
bird.
wait till she comes up, but I want to ask you guys about the sightings of pterodactyls and stuff like that.
Well, in the 70s, supposedly they caught somebody videotaped what they thought was a thunderbird.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think those are real. I think thunderbirds are a real legit thing.
I mean, they were. They're just not around, right? Am I wrong?
I
Is
think
it a
they're still
cryptid?
around. I really do. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a cryptid. Oh yeah.
So it wasn't a real. It wasn't a
Mhm.
real bird.
I think they
it
still
was?
exist. I think they were in small number.
Yeah.
No,
I
it
don't
was
know.
definitely a real bird. It was a type of species, but I think the numbers went
Yeah.
down.
So I saw this
So-
bird, and it has almost like a face. It's not in the States. It's not in the U.S., but it almost had a face like a person, So I can see why some people, and this thing is freaking huge. So I can see how some people might see that flying and think of Mothman, things like that.
Oh,
But
ask
not
Ashley
a-
about the Mothman. She can tell you everything there is to know.
Mothman.
She's very knowledgeable about that. I love it.
it's pretty spooky. I don't want to see it.
Is she coming up?
And
or
red
what?
eyes.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Mothman either.
I wouldn't mind seeing Mothman. I mean, the guy
I would.
owes me $5, so
I'll be right back.
I would shit myself.
okay.
Hi, Ash.
There she is.
Hi, hello, I'm here. I made it.
Hey, welcome.
Hi, Ashley.
Oh, hi, Ryan.
Oh, hi, Ashley.
I just got done talking for like 3 hours straight on my own show. So
Oh, I didn't.
it's okay. It was fun.
And
So,
I will
mean-
be right back.
Oh, Ryan's gonna leave now that I'm here. Okay, cool.
How he is? So yeah, we were talking. We want you to tell us all about your thoughts and everything on Mothman.
Oh my god! Wow, how long do you have?
I know, right?
Are you sure? Okay, I don't know where should I start. Mothman grew to popularity in the 1960s when there was a flap of sightings along the Ohio River. The name Mothman actually came from an Ohio journalist who took Mothman as a term because they couldn't use Batman on the headlines. And some of the an individual that witnessed this thing said one night that he saw Batman on his roof, and that's what he thought it was. I mean, that's the closest thing you could think of to call it.
I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah, he's like, there's Batman there. So that kind of muddies the waters a little bit. He doesn't look anything like an insect. He very much looks like a weird person with wings, and it's pretty terrifying. But what I have found, and again, the big misconception is that this was just something that purely happened in the 60s in one isolated area. It's not. It's a phenomena that's all over the world. It's just that they call it something different. If you have a very Christian upbringing and background, you call it an angel. If you were over in the UK in the 70s, you called it Owlman. You have people in France that called it gargoyle. It's the same phenomena. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny because I know the statue they have there in Virginia. Mm-hmm. To me, I don't know. I can't, after, studying about Mothman and that, I can't relate with that statue for some reason. You know what I mean?
It's this big luscious buns, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's that.
I understand. No, I gotcha. And the statue is, I mean, it's fun, right? It is fun, right. And going and touring the town. I mean, it is fun, and it's very gimmicky. They know what they have.
Definitely.
And it's great. I mean, West Virginia's awesome. I love it there. That's my second home.
West Virginia.
Love West Virginia. But that it doesn't really look like that. The moth, he doesn't have a beak. He doesn't, he's a lot more human than I think a lot of people realize. But I think pushing that story just didn't sell as many papers, and it didn't sell as many books. And it's funner to think of him as an anthropomorphic moth that is attracted to lamps and things. So
right.
Which I'm okay. As long as we get people interested in the topic, that's fine,
Exactly. Now I want to know your guys' thought on John Keel.
Oh, so I met him kind of. I actually, like, one of my highlights of my career was being able to hold Keel's ashes. That was kind of a huge deal for me. So when I started, all of my research was specifically through Keel and on Keel and everything he had written. I mean, I studied John Keel like people study Bigfoot or Mothman, or, that was kind of where I started. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with what he's done. However, he was a legitimate boots on the ground researcher. He went a little crazy. I think. I feel like
think we all kind of going through, like, you know what I mean?
All
the research and everything.
Well, when you look at researchers, that aren't here anymore, they do typically tend to go nuts, and that's kind of intimidating when you get into it. Because it's there, and it's like when you have a word on the tip of your tongue, like what it is, but you just can't, and it drives you crazy.
Definitely.
Phenomena's like. But Keel, he wrote the Mothman prophecies, and he ended up tying it to, which has a lot of really great information on it. It's a great starter. I mean, for Mothman, that's where you go. You go to the Mothman prophecies book. It's a great starter introduction into other phenomena around the world that's similar, and then the Men in Black. But he tied it to the damn bridge collapse, and I just cannot get behind that theory. And I think that he did it because it was an easy way to wrap up the story and close the book on it and call it done. And
I could see that.
Yeah, and it just doesn't make much sense to me. I mean, as much as I do enjoy Keel's theories, there is a lot of stuff that I just can't get behind him on. And that's okay. That's what we're here for, right? To learn from each other and take what's nice. So
that's awesome.
But if you're going to read
I'm
something
back.
besides Mothman Prophecies, read The Eighth Tower by John Keel. It's probably my favorite. Welcome back, Ryan.
Like that.
Tower.
The Eighth Tower. Yeah, it is that one I'm more aligned with, just with all of this in general. So I highly recommend it.
Oh, I see.
Very-
Ashley did not reveal the true cause of that bridge collapse. Good.
Why should I?
Ashley, come on. You've spoken to my lawyers about this. No.
He's like, I mean, because I can, Ryan. If you want to
No,
go there,
no. You signed that affidavit for my lawyer, Ashley. Come on now.
do I look like a person that is not below the law, above the law? What? I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't care about paperwork.
I got you. I knew what you meant.
I'm not on camera. So
Sorry, Ryan.
this isn't actually me. Like you can't prove that this is me.
Voice recognition, baby. Voice recognition.
I'm like the killer in Scream. I got one of those voice changers. I'm actually 3 raccoons in a trench coat right now.
Ash, what got you into this, like the cryptids? What got you into it?
Well, I was really into cryptozoology for, a good portion of my life. I read an article when I was in middle school, and it was about Ray Wallace, and he had just died. He had recently passed, and it was about Ray Wallace and his fake Bigfoot tracks, his foot cast that he had. And, then it was kind of talking about, well, if Ray Wallace faked these tracks and these Bigfoot tracks aren't real, then the Patterson-Gimlin film also isn't real, the Patty footage, because the reason why they were out in that area filming was due to a tip from Ray Wallace and prints found by him. So they called that into question, and I was like, there's a video of this thing? So I went home, and I got on the computer, and I downloaded the Patterson-Gimlin film. It took like a week because it was the year 2000, I think, 2001. I think. Anyway, so I finally got it downloaded, and when I watched it, it blew my mind. I couldn't believe that anybody could think that was fake, and we didn't have the technology then like we do now, even for all these enhancements. And I mean, that was before, we found the muscle movement. I just couldn't believe it. And so I got really interested in cryptozoology, and then I just continued to like study it. As a teenager, I mean, part of my routine every single day was I would check the Cryptomundo website, and which had a lot of great people. You had Lauren Coleman writing for it, Craig Woolheater. You had just some of these guys here and there, Ken Gearhard, Lyle Blackburn, and people that have been around forever doing it. And I check it every day. I mean, I was fascinated by it. But when people brought up more like woo stuff, when they brought up interdimensional creatures, they brought up the paranormal, they brought up UFOs, I wasn't really into it. I liked the science. I wanted to be a zoologist who specialized in cryptozoology because you couldn't get a cryptozoological degree. So I wasn't into it. Well, around the age between like 16 and 18, when my friends started driving, we used to take pleasure in joyriding and all these like spooky haunted roads, and and it was scary. Yeah, it was scary. We had some weird experiences, I'm not gonna lie, but I had always just written them off as logical explanations. And it got to the point I kind of fell out of it because I became a mom at an early age, and kind of had to grow up, and I got a job in marketing, of all the great fun things someone like me can do. And and then September 2019 hit when I got invited to go to the Mothman Festival, and I just had an absolutely crazy magical weekend. It was insane, and it was to the point to where like I couldn't ignore that there was definitely something else going on behind the scenes besides just what conventional science tells us is going on. And I don't know. And then it took off from there, and I've been doing that full time ever since.
That's awesome.
That is neat.
I gave up my job, my good job to do.
How could you give up marketing?
I know, right? It served me well. And that's another thing about it is that, I've done other things in my life. So I started going to school, and I went for, I first started out with a major in astrophysics is what I was going for. And then I just totally flip-flopped and changed my mind and decided to go in for criminal psychology. But I didn't really, I was so back and forth between them. But I was like 20. I mean, I was young and stupid, and you do that kind of stuff until eventually I dropped out because, like I said, I became a mom early and I raised my daughter and got an actual job. And then my career path took me up through marketing. I mean, I worked at a movie theater forever. I managed a movie theater, learned how to work with people, got some marketing information there that I moved on to. Actually, I worked for Victoria's Secret because the corporate office is right here in Dayton. And all of those things, the astrophysics, the criminal psychology, the managing, the marketing, and it has all been skills that I needed to learn in order to do what I do now.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Right.
Love
this
it.
This was on purpose. I didn't choose this. I don't believe in like God. I have no spiritual, it's not my place to say what is or is not out there. But what I can tell you is that this is exactly on purpose. And I had no control. This was going to happen whether I wanted it to or not.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Synchronicities, man, they're real.
I'm glad it did. So
yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. It's my turn to go.
Have fun.
I have to go have a cigarette. It's been 2 hours. That's my limit usually.
Now that you have one too.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bring it on.
All right, I will be right back too.
Oh, gosh.
But when I come back, I definitely want to hear what your thoughts on pterodactyls and thunderbirds and all that stuff.
Sure.
See, this is why me and Ryan don't get to yet. I can imagine all three of us. Holy crap, it'd be 24/7.
I love it.
It already is with me and Ryan, so I understand.
All right,
That's
well, I gotta
awesome.
go miss the outside. I'll be back.
Oh my gosh.
So Asher in Ohio, right?
I am. Yeah, I'm in Dayton.
What's like some of the legends or is there anything spooky, like spooky legends from Ohio?
Oh, yeah. Well, I kind of started talking about like our joyriding days. We used to go to a particular area, and okay. So let me start. Right in my immediate town, maybe 5 minutes up the street from my house, is a weird structure. It's like a lookout tower that like kind of looks like a castle. And it's dubbed the Witch's Tower or Frankenstein's Castle. It's one of those like spooky, kind of urban legendy things. And a lot of towns have them. Come to find out, most of these things way back in the day, they are old, but not as old as we think. They're Boy Scout projects, right? So the Boy Scouts get together, they have a job, they build a lookout tower. And a lot of towns that have them, they are, they're haunted. There's a scary story. Well, with ours, this is like backed. I mean, there's articles on it. The teenagers used to go and get inside of the tower. And when you go inside of this tower, it's just one tower. There's a staircase. There's a spiral staircase that leads up to the ceiling where there's like a trap door where you can stand up on the roof and look out. There was a couple one night that were, and they used to go do what teenagers do.
Yeah.
There was a couple one night that was in the tower, and it started thunderstorming. And when that happened, they were the guy was standing on the ground and the girl was standing at the bottom of the staircase. And the lightning came in and hit that staircase and electrocuted her. She died.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she died. So there's an actual death that happened there. And now they have it boarded up. You can't physically get into the tower. People were breaking in forever. They were just using wood, but now they've put bars. So, welded the door shut. So, we would go there and drive past it and, it'd be like, oh, super spooky. And then we started hunting out like things in the area that we could drive to. I mean, that was the big thing. We wanted to be able to drive. Yes. And this wasn't quite far enough. So we discovered an area. We just call it Fudge Road because that's the road itself is like the spooky story. There's so much lore on this road.
Love it.
You can see a guy hanging from a tree at certain times of day. You see there's like a house there, and they called it the drug house, where allegedly a shootout happened between police officers and drug dealers, and it's haunted. And There's a story of an old lady that'll chase you off the road in her Cadillac. All kinds of stuff. So we used to go down there because that was a great place to do teenage things. The first time we went down there, we drove the road a couple times and we were just driving back and forth. Other people were. You'd honk your horns at people driving by and you'd be like, yeah, Fudge Road, And we find the drug house and we pull up to it and we park because there's a big chain link fence around the house. And you can't, it's like 12 feet tall. It's huge. And but we wanted to look inside the yard, and the yard had grass that was so overgrown it was just about as tall as this fence. It's taller than us. And we peek into the yard, and there are full-grown live pigs.
What the hell?
In the yard, and it's locked. The fence is locked. Okay, so you can't just get in and out. We're like, all right. If you look at the house itself, it's boarded up. It's abandoned. Nobody's living at the house, but like the house comes to like a point at the top of it. It's just an old farmhouse, and there's a very new security camera pointed right at the house, or right at the yard. It was weird, but a car pulls up. Okay, and guess what? It's an old Cadillac with an old lady in it.
Oh my god.
And we're all, there's like 5 of us. Okay. My friend had a 1995 GMC Jimmy. She's got a big car. And, we're like, do we leave? And behind her pulled up another truck with some guy. And he points a flashlight at us. And he's like, what are you doing here? And then she starts yelling at us that she's like, you're going to end up in the pits of hell. And we're like, what the fuck? We need to leave. So we're like, oh, we're leaving. It's fine. We're going to leave. It's fine. We get in the car and they're like following us off the road to get out of there. And my friend's brother, my friend was driving. Her brother was like, if there's a car blocking our way off this road, you're just going to ram it. I don't care. Yeah. Big truck. But that wasn't the only weird thing that happened. Like, obviously, then we found out that lady in the Cadillac, she owns most of the properties on that road, and she just hates the teenagers.
Yeah.
And, so she chases them off and harasses them. Well, it doesn't explain the weird big pigs, okay? And we also had a night where we saw old people, right? So you go down the road, you go to the end of it, you turn around, you go back, and you just kind of go back and forth. We saw old people walking on the road one night, and then when we drove back through, they were gone. But there was nothing. It's fields, it's big empty fields. There's nothing. They couldn't have gone anywhere. We used to take this other road, and we used to actually talk about to get there. We're like, this road's creepier than Fudge because it's like a dirt road. Like, it's not even a road. First of all, you got to drive down this really old, creepy bridge that probably can't take the weight that you're giving it, but we did it anyway. And get on this old dirt road that nobody knows where you are, and it's horrifying. We're down there one night, and we come up to a field on that road, and we see a car parked in the field. And there's somebody's out of the car. We can see it. The trunk is open. The door is open, and there's a person there. And then on the ground... seriously, on the ground is a tarp with shoes sticking out of them.
Wow.
So we called the police. We're like, we're watching somebody dump a body right now, like you guys. And this was probably maybe 2007, 2008. So we didn't know where we were. We only knew how to get there because of memory. Like we didn't know what the road was called. We're trying to like explain to the police where we're at. They've got no idea how to find us. I don't think they never met up with us, so we never found them. So now ever since then we've called it Dead Man's Road because we think that happened. There's more. I got one more. So this area was kind of made a little more popular recently due to Small Town Monsters American Werewolves documentary. The first time I'd ever heard about Dogman was from a post on MySpace. Okay, so how long ago this was, talking about how that area, the Fudge Road area, had a werewolf. And again, I was skeptical. I'm like, that's ridiculous. That's just not true. And we had been down there so many times. Like, I've never seen a werewolf. We've never heard a werewolf howl down there, come to find out, this is a legend that's been around forever in that area. It's called the Beast of Butter Street. And they have a dog man down there. There's lots of credible accounts about it. Like I said, the one guy talked about it a lot in the one documentary. I ended up connecting with him, and we kind of swapped stories, and we kind of talked about that area and the different encounters he's had down there. I mean, it's just an all around, like, it is a hotbed for high strangeness. It is weird down there, and it's probably about 15 minutes away. It's not very far, so that's exciting.
That is awesome.
So,
ooh, Cassie, we did that in stereo.
awesome. Wow.
Okay, while I was outside, I actually thought of it before the whole pterodactyls and stuff. Obviously, it's something that's been going around for a couple of years now. Is the knot deer.
Yeah.
What's going on with that and the whole red flannel? And like, I'm a big Phantom and Monster. Lauren, I love him. I love his site. I love reading the encounters. You know what I mean? And some of the stories that I've heard from him, or my other favorite is, oh crap, I can't even think of the podcast. But anyway, they were talking about the knot deer. I remember because the first time I heard it was a couple years ago. And when I worked at the hotel, I had to do the laundry, and I was folding the towels and that, and I was listening to a podcast, and I'm like, I remember folding and going, what?
Yeah. It's a weird one. I
Right.
don't know what to think about it. It's fairly new, I believe. Ryan knows way more about it probably than I do, just because he's better at the history stuff.
Right.
I don't know. It's just I know it's kind of becoming it's becoming popular with kids,
Yeah.
because it can look like anything, and it's pretty horrifying. And it's like something as simple as a three-eyed deer. It looks normal, but the eyes are weird, and
Yeah.
things like that. So, well, speak of the devil. Oh, he doesn't want to talk to me now.
Who
Okay.
told you? I mean, hi.
Ryan, talk about the knot deer.
The knot deer. Oh, what do you want to know?
I don't know. Just what do you think about it?
What do you think about it? I mean, like I was just saying, like when I first heard about it, because I'm a big Phantom and Monsters person. I love going over there and reading encounters and stuff like that. Expanded Perspectives. That's the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them. I used to listen to them all the time while I was folding my towels. But when they first started talking about the knot deer, I mean, I've done a couple stories on them, and I know they've gone back. Some of the encounters have gone back to like the 1800s.
Yeah,
And I just
really
wanted
not
your
a
guys'
new
take
phenomenon.
on it.
It's really not a new phenomenon. I mean, the Navajo and other tribes speak of the deer woman. And the way they describe the knot deer, it's very similar to the deer woman, because the deer woman can take the form of a woman, obviously, or she changes into a deer that's actually quite mutated from what you would normally see. So, I mean, it could be a spiritual thing. I think right now, though, the encounters are more just like a popular thing with the kids. But I do
Right.
think that some people are possibly seeing the deer woman. It's definitely a possibility that we have to consider.
Well, I know a couple of the encounters that I've heard is all about the red flannel guy and the knot deer. Do you think that's connected, or are they just?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the deer woman legend, it actually says that she has a familiar that's with her, and that familiar is actually her husband.
Oh,
So, I mean, could the red flannel be an addition just to modernize it? Absolutely, it could be. I mean, Ashley and I
Right.
were talking about this, how they whitewash the indigenous people traditions, and
Right.
the red flannel could just be an addition where they're doing just that. They're whitewashing it.
Gotcha.
What's adorable, Ryan, is that before you came back, I also said that it was becoming popular with the kids.
Yeah.
Oh no.
so it must be. Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I thought the deer woman, and I'm probably wrong because Ryan's the guy, but I thought the deer woman was she presents herself as a woman, but she has a deer lower body, and the reason for that is because she's a beautiful woman, so she can seduce people because they're not going to look down, right? They're just going to look at her boobs, I guess, or whatever is the
Right.
That's where I'd look. I mean,
is that the thing about it? That's what I thought, but I don't know.
It depends on which tribe.
Oh, okay. Well,
Different
that
tribes have different versions of the deer woman. Some of them, she's pleasant. She's a good spirit. Other tribes, she's an evil spirit. She's out there to get you. So,
See, I've never heard an encounter. At least, I just have heard like the sightings and stuff, like not the actual encounter of it being good or bad. You know what I mean?
right. Well, I think something that we have to consider heavily when we hear about stuff like not deer is how they catch on and they become very popular and they run rampant. Like case in point, Slenderman. Somebody wrote a story about that. It took off like a wildfire. Just, everybody was seeing Slenderman or the Rake. The Rake is something that Ashley and I debate with a lot of people quite often. And they fail to recognize that it started on 4chan, so it had an origin. And then before you knew it, kids were reading it and they were making video games of it. And then before you knew it, everybody was seeing the Rake.
Right. Dude, Siren Head too was another one.
Right. And they don't ever consider that Siren Head's this gigantic monster making these siren noises. We're not going to notice that walking through the woods. Come on, people. So that goes to show you how creepypastas become really, really popular, or actual stories. Like somebody can have an encounter with a not deer or the deer woman. People hear about it and they create their own version of it. It just trickles on down the line.
Right. Understandable. Now, do you think with stuff like the not deer and everything like that, or even like Slenderman, you brought up tulpas, is that happening with that, you think?
I think it definitely could be. I honestly do believe that it could be. I know a lot of people don't believe in the tulpas, but, again, we can't just dismiss things because it doesn't fall in line with our beliefs. So if there's a possibility, even the smallest possibility, we do have to turn over that stone and see what's under that stone to find the answers. So tulpas could be one possible theory, interdimensional, that are taking on the forms of familiars. Another theory, could it be a spiritual thing too? Possibly.
It could be freaky.
I second that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree definitely. Freaky threw me off. I had to read his comment. What was I going to say?
Take your time.
We could be here all night. Believe me, don't tell me that. What the hell was I going to say? Oh, because like when I'm talking about the stuff and tulpas happening and everything, I always revert back to, I know you guys aren't on the paranormal side, but I always, if you catch my shows, you know that I'm all about, like, we can manifest whatever we want in our life and everything like that. And I always revert back to the show Kindred Spirits. Because there was an episode called Zombie Boy on there, right? And I've been trying to explain. Boy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that? No?
I guess he hasn't. Yeah, I don't know. He had an opinion, but
I know, right? Well, it was a little boy that was haunting this place, right? So they went into the room and they basically made up this whole fake story about his background and who his sister was, his mom, his dad, and like that. And then later on, they let that settle and then went in there and started doing EVPs and stuff and like asked questions, who was your sister? And they told him, and it was from the story that they had made up. And that's how I feel about the spirit world.
Power of suggestion.
Right.
Okay.
So, and it was just like I loved that. I mean, I usually watch the shows because I'm a tech person and I like to see the new technology that they have.
As you do.
But, and I get a lot of experiment ideas from them. But, that's why I usually liked. But that show in general, that Zombie Boy, I was like, yes, that's what I've been trying to explain for a year. I was so happy to see somebody do that.
You suggest something like that in the cryptid world, people will tear you apart, huh, Ashley?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I believe me, I took a 10-year hiatus from all of this just for the fact that, you guys know back in the day, when you were in the paranormal world, you didn't talk about cryptids. If you were in the cryptid world, you didn't talk about UFOs and vice versa because you'd be
Oddly,
shunned.
it's still like that to a degree, though. That's a sad thing.
Yes, but I've seen a whole lot of difference with that.
That's good.
You
That's
know
very,
what I
that
mean?
is very promising, and I agree with you. I think people are bridging the gap, but we're still ways off.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm
think
not,
the
and I'm not
problem we
saying
have,
Bigfoot's aliens or anything. I'm not trying to combine. Like, even if you were just interested in those topics altogether, they're like, "Oh, you can't be a part of this clique," or you.
right. Well, the big
That's what I'm
problem
scared of.
nowadays,
That's what I'm
though,
scared of, guys. I'm so scared of that. Like, because I bring the cryptid, I got these cryptid cards and stuff, and I'm so afraid of people are going to be like coming in and being like, "What the hell are you doing? You have no business doing this. You don't know this." And I
Don't
mean,
worry
you know
about
what? I'm so scared.
just tell them to
And
shut up. That's what we do.
if I
exactly.
am wrong, if I'm wrong, I would definitely want you guys to tell me, like, the right information. 'Cause I don't want to put any wrong information out there. Definitely. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but see, people got to learn how to do that without being jerks about it. Like they're
Right.
dictators. If you don't support their belief, like say for example, Ash and I have to contend with this, the whole spiritual belief where Bigfoot's a demon, Dogman's a Nephilim, and we're like, no, we don't believe that. People will attack you, so you got to do it the right way. You just kind of have to be gentle. Don't be that douchebag because there's so many of them out there.
Right. Oh, definitely. I mean, I talked about him the other day. Like just the way people handle situations. Like I don't know, he's a UFO guy, but Patrick Johnson. Is it Jackson Johnson? I don't know. I can never remember. But anyway, I don't like how he answers people because they don't believe his. Like I like his theory on UFOs and the spheres and everything, and I can get with that. But I don't like him as an investigator or the way he treats people. Do you know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. We know people like that. That like when the person answers you, they talk down to you. They don't keep in mind that you're a researcher, that you're an experiencer or whatever. They act like you're a total newbie, and they just try to plow you over when they answer your questions. And that's never the right way to do it.
Exactly. I agree.
I like guys' way of if I don't know something, you guys will tell me. You won't be like laughing or saying, you know what I mean. I like that how you guys, let me know. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Some people just kind of laugh.
We've been there. Ashley and I have both been there where we were just starting out, and we had questions too. And luckily for us, we did have people that were really kind with how they answered us, and they took the time to actually teach us. They didn't just go, "Oh, well, you're asking this question, you're stupid." I mean, we did have a fair share of that too. But in my case, I had people like Matt Squatch. I mean, when I was first getting into it, I would ask him all these ridiculous questions, and he would take time to talk to me, and that really helped. And I pass it on now. So when somebody has a question, I'll take time to answer that question politely.
Right. I like that.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, I've said it a million times before. That's one of the reasons why I started my channel, because I wanted people to have a safe haven where they could ask questions. If I didn't know the answers, I'll try to find it out or find somebody that could answer them. You know what I mean?
Right. As you do, as you should do too.
My favorite quote that I like to use, though, a lot, just because there is kind of some oversaturation. Nobody's an expert in any of this stuff. I mean, that's for sure. So it is hard to be wrong. But at the same time, we're all kind of seeking answers, whether that be for personal gain or to share it with everybody else or to make a discovery.
Speak for yourself, Ashley. I know everything. I'm just not sharing it. No, I'm just playing.
We know.
I'm gonna throat punch you so hard.
Oh wow, violence.
Carol's coming back as the watcher. She's making sure.
Ashley, if you're going to threaten me with violence, at least include the whips and chains.
Oh, well, that's included. You just have to let me throat punch you first. I gotta get something out of it. Anyway, my favorite saying that I like to tell people, especially people that are curious and want to learn, keep an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out. Yep. Make it make sense. If you are subscribing to a theory and it doesn't add up to the rest of not just. I mean, you do have to take science into account. I understand that there is no scientific explanation for these things, but that doesn't mean that there won't be one day.
That's right.
And that doesn't mean that we're not, on the verge of doing that. But the problem is that we need other credible scientists. We need a whole team of people to make these discoveries happen. And, one thing that I see a lot happen is, you got all these stories that are spread around that are just BS, and people are just shovel it in their mouth like it's,
Todd Standing.
yeah, Todd Standing's one of them. And it's just it's sad because we can't get the scientific backing, we can't get the funding that we need. This stuff is expensive.
You know what I think? You know what I think the issue is too? There's some like scientists, right, who are too embarrassed and think they're going to be mocked too much and not taken seriously to even go down that rabbit hole, and that's sad.
And that's absolutely true. I mean, and we do, and I saw on a Bigfoot group the other day, and they're like, well, there's no scientists that back this. And it's like, are you serious? What about Dr. Jeff Meldrum? He's great. What about Jane Goodall? Backing Bigfoot. We do have scientists that back it. You just don't know where to look. And if you don't know, you can say that. Like,
they used to have doctors who would mock people who thought that washing their hands before surgery or delivering a baby, like, they didn't believe that there was bacteria that it's like, just think about that. Like,
all great minds were mocked at one point in time.
Oh, definitely.
Look at Galileo. I'm pretty sure they killed him for his
Mm-hmm.
belief that the Earth was round. How dare he?
Yeah,
what a bad
exactly.
guy. And they were sure eating that humble pie, weren't they? When they found out he was right. Scientific breakthrough takes somebody that's willing to think outside of the box. And so you have to have that degree of believability. But you can't just believe something just because somebody said it.
Right.
It's going to take that scientist that dare grows mold in a jar and creates penicillin again.
Yeah. That's what it's going to take. It's going to be me out walking around the woods, and I'm going to clumsily trip and fall over a Bigfoot body.
Yeah, after she feeds me to a dog man.
And I'm going to end up with two black eyes. Yeah. And then I'm going to be out there by myself, two black eyes, trying to drag this Bigfoot body, trying to prove to everybody. And then I'm not going to be able to because it's like 700 pounds and it's just going to be miserable. And then nobody's going to believe my story because Ryan's dead. Because he got
really mad at
You're going to go to jail for murder.
Yeah.
Making Bigfoot sound like he's overweight. That's really offensive, Ashley. Be kind to Bigfoot.
Oh my God.
He deserves more respect than that. Come on.
Okay, Bigfoot's not overweight, but Bigfoot sure is thick. Okay.
Patty was thick. She had the cake.
Yeah. That's my competition, apparently, is Patty.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? No, she's not even your competition. There is no competition, Ashley. Straight up.
Oh, that's smart. That's a smart thing to say. That's the right answer.
Wait a minute. Where are you going with that, Ryan? Is it Ashley or Patty? Which one?
Oh,
he was talking about Patty, obviously.
No, have you seen Ashley?
I don't even know who Patty is.
You can't compare with that. So I'm just saying.
Patty's the famous Bigfoot footage that everybody sees of the Bigfoot walking along the creek.
And then looks back.
What? No, they're calling that Bigfoot Patty?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes that not everybody knows this. It's called the Patterson-Gimlin film. So
the Patterson. Okay.
Yeah. So
we need something like that for Dogman. We so need a Dogman equivalent of the Patterson-Gimlin film.
Yes.
That would shut people right the hell up. No, it really wouldn't. People wouldn't shut up about the Dogman phenomena.
Well, I'm just gonna not say anything about that.
No, I know you have your theories. I have mine too. I mean, we did.
I want to hear them.
Go ahead, Ryan.
On Dogman?
Yeah. Well, we do kind of have a theory that we share in a way that
we do.
Dogman could very well be a type of Bigfoot with a snout, and people are misidentifying it because there is a type of Bigfoot that people have seen known as the Gugwe, and translated the name means face eater. And rather than looking human or gorilla-like, they look more baboon or mandrill. You'd say that's correct, right, Ashley?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a big snout, a long snout, like a canine would have. So if people were to see this in dim lighting or from a distance and they didn't know about the Gugly, they would think, oh, werewolf, Dogman. So could it be that we're misidentifying Bigfoot as Dogman? There's definitely a chance.
You know what I think? Because I trust me, I don't know as much as you guys about this, but I think that some of it could be experiments from the government on animals.
It's a possibility. A lot of people do believe that. That is a very, very big belief, as is the demonic belief as well.
The only reason I think that is because I watched a couple of shows on it. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I watched a couple of shows.
That's very honest.
But isn't there like an island somewhere, or like a piece of land? I don't even know, where the government does do experiments on animals and stuff.
Montauk?
And then there's been
that is Montauk.
That's what I was thinking, Montauk.
Yeah, Montauk.
And there's been some crazy things being washed up on shore. Like,
well, let's take a look at that though for a minute. Okay, like if they were doing experimentations, it would cost a tremendous amount of money, and it would take so much time and so much effort from dozens upon dozens of doctors and scientists and so on. Would they really just let it loose and go, okay, well, go away, whatever happens to you, we don't care? No, that would be a very prized thing.
But what could it be? Something like love bugs were made in the laboratory. They weren't, they were made in the laboratory.
Yeah, but think about how invaluable those are compared to something like a Dogman. A Dogman would be invaluable. If you made something like that, you could weaponize the hell out of them. So he'd be invaluable.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
One of them would be like, if they were to sell them, that'd go for probably billions of dollars on the black market. So the government wouldn't say, hey, well, let it loose. And if it dies, it dies. If people see it, oh, well. They'd be like, no.
Well, I don't think that.
Bagger.
I think it might have escaped in my brain. It might have escaped.
I mean, our government is very meticulous. If something were to get out of their laboratory, they're going to go through extreme measures to get it back pretty much within the hour that it's gone. So it's not going to be out there for days or even weeks. They're going to have all these teams going out and grabbing it and bringing it right back. So could it be experimentations? I mean, there's a small sliver of a chance. Could they be something that was actually created before that's actual natural? Yeah, I think it's more of a natural thing. What about you, Ashley?
Yeah, so when I started the Mothman research, one of my first theories on it was that Mothman was created in a government lab, because I'd built like a timeline that went from like the 1940s up through the 60s and the 70s. And I used to think that the 60s were particularly strange and that they had the most instances of high strangeness. So what my thought process but you had some sprinkled in along through the 40s and the 50s as well. My thought process at the time was that, that UFO crashed in Roswell. And maybe what that UFO was doing here to begin with was collecting DNA from different creatures from different areas. When the government found the remains, this sounds very woo, but when the government found the remains of it, they took it back, and eventually they had learned how to reverse engineer. And then they had started experimenting with cloning. And then what they were doing was creating these creatures and dropping them off in very remote areas like West Virginia. And people were then seeing it, and they were just kind of experimenting. And who's going to believe the hill jacks that they're seeing some weird creature running around, right?
Right.
That was a very real theory that I had. I don't subscribe to that anymore. And the biggest thing that turned me off from that was because of the story of the flying head from the Algonquins. Again, another very strange creature that had these big glowing red eyes and flew around and terrorized the villagers. I mean, these stories predate that science. Right. They predate the organized government. They've been around for so long. Now, that's not to say that I personally don't think the government's involved. And again, that's because actually nowadays my focus is more so in ufology. And I talk to people that work right here at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And they tell me all the time, no, there's no cryptids, but let me tell you about this alien thing that we got going on. They insist. They're like, we don't know nothing about. What would we do with a Bigfoot or a Dogman why would we sink money into that? It doesn't make sense, And so, I mean, I can only go, and they could be lying to me, right? I mean, that's possible, right? I'm just a person that reports this stuff, and they're whistleblowers.
You know what, though, Ashley? I think the belief that they created soldiers, it came from movies like The Watchers.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think when people started seeing The Watchers, they were like, oh, that's what they did to Bigfoot and Dogman, which, okay, I'll admit, it makes for a great story. It really does. And it really allows your imagination to run wild, which is fantastic. But when you're looking for these things like Ashley and I do, you can't really let your imagination run wild like that.
I think that if we could splice DNA like that and we can make incredible things like that, humans are very, very greedy. We would have already marketed it. We would have already been selling it to the masses at a good price. And we're just not there yet.
Used like the Watchers were. If you remember that movie, they were creating whatever that thing was called in order to be a soldier. Like they had the dog that went in as a scout.
Yeah.
And then that creature would go in and murder all the enemy soldiers. I could see them using Dogman like that, but they'd be using them for war, and soldiers would be seeing them over there too.
Yeah.
We don't hear reports of that.
Right.
Okay, then how about like with, say, Skinwalker Ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Could it be radiation from when they, tested over there in that area?
It could be.
Maybe it could just be Skinwalker too.
I mean, with radiation mutations, though, they don't really live very long. When they get mutated from the radioactivity, they die a pretty painful death. It's not something that's going to last for generations and generations. So could it be a Skinwalker curse? I don't know.
I don't know, because they're doing, like, over in Turnbull, the population of wildlife and everything. They've monitored and kept, and, like, generations of those animals. I mean, they're not, messed up or anything, but
right.
They have lived on and stuff like that.
I mean, in the case of extreme mutation, though, like if Bigfoot or Dogman were any kind of mutation, I don't think it would have lived long going through that kind of stuff.
Right.
DNA would have broken down.
Mutations don't work, like superpowers and fun stuff or changes.
Right.
I mean, it can, because you could have genetic defects at birth due to genetic mutations from the birthing parents, but you're right, we have been able to study that closely because of Chernobyl. And what we have found is actually those animals are doing better than they were before the nuclear meltdown.
No human involvement, that's why.
But with Skinwalker Ranch, the reason why it's called Skinwalker Ranch is because of lore that, again, predates any testing over there.
True.
Skinwalkers have been there since way before that, have been reported way before that. And what was it, Brian? The Navajo cursed the land there and cursed it to have a Skinwalker on it.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, personally, I had gotten really into Skinwalker Ranch for a minute, and it's crazy. But
that's my favorite place. I want to go there so bad.
Me too. Me too. I'm trying. I've been trying very hard, but it's not what people think it is necessarily. I mean, it's more UFO activity. I mean, more than anything, it's portals opening up, and these teams of scientists that see these portals with their own eyes and creatures crawling out of them, and that's not anything that we can replicate here at all. We don't have the science to do that. I wish.
Have you guys watched that frog? Gosh, what's it called? Frog Ranch.
Frog Ranch.
No. Have you guys seen that?
Mm-hmm.
That's
not yet.
Has the new season come out yet? I've been dying.
I don't know. Wait a minute. What channel was it playing on?
I believe it was on Discovery Plus or History.
We don't have that anymore. Damn it.
Blind Frog Ranch.
Oh, okay. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Skinwalker Ranch type of show.
Isn't it close by, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it close. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
That's good.
We've got some catching up to do, actually.
Oh gosh.
It has to do actually. I believe Blind Frog Ranch is the taverns underneath, kind of like the Grand Canyons, with all the taverns and everything. But it has to do with like the Aztecs gold and stuff like that. Like every time they try to get down there, something happens.
Oh yeah. Man, that's a
but
place.
Then people were going because the water supposedly has healing properties, right? And there's people. I watched one of his. He does he speaks, right? He does. My brain's not
Like
working.
lectures and that?
Yeah, and he says that there's people who, I mean, he went crazy on some, but people, I guess, go there and get into that water for healing properties. But it goes to the UFO side.
Yeah.
It just goes.
That's crazy. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Sandra Piper in the chat. Hey, Sandra. I see her everywhere I go.
She's following you.
Ash and Ryan, do you guys have Hairy Man, Hoaxes, and Hoodwinks?
Yeah, I actually subscribed not too long ago. I actually know who that is. She's on my friends list.
I don't know who that is.
You don't?
No.
Why did I think you guys knew each other?
I don't. Maybe we do know each other, and I know her by her actual name.
You might.
Nikki.
I'm really bad at names. I'm so very sorry.
I don't want to answer for you because I don't know. It's like I feel like you should know her, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm always wrong.
Do we know each other? Yeah, maybe she'll answer. Maybe she'll know she knows me. Do you know me? I'm sorry. I'm very rude. I meet so many people all the time, and I try to keep up, but there's so many awesome people that, you know, everyone's great. I have a terrible memory. Ryan knows.
Oh yeah, she forgets my name on a daily basis. It's weird.
I have my kids' names tattooed because I forget their names.
That's a good idea.
That's what we gotta do here.
Really
Ashley.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, she always just calls me, "Hey, you, that guy," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Huh?
Hey,
Who?
you.
Oh, you're talking to me? Okay."
My son's, I'm surprised he's not turned into one of his sisters because I've called him his sister's names so many times.
No.
Does it go into the dog? I've called one of my kids or grandkids
No.
the dog's name. I think it was a grandkid.
I mean, I don't think
bad.
I'd think of any because their dog's name is Chief. So I don't. If it was a normal name, it probably would have.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, so no, she doesn't know you, Ashley. My bad. See,
Oh.
I was wrong. I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
grab up
Wow.
Nikki, guys, and Ash. You have a wrench. You guys all have wrenches, so you can put your channels on there, all of you, if you want to.
The Authentic Happiness Show. Lots of channels I've never.
We got a lot
Okay,
of
so
people
now
writing here.
now that we got over the not deer.
Yeah.
So what is your guys' thoughts of the Thundercats and the pterodactyl sightings and all that?
Ooh,
Do you think that's a time rift? That's my favorite story. I don't think it is, but I'm.
I think Ashley should start off with the sighting that she and her daughter had.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, so I was driving, 2 seconds away from my house, and I live, like I said, I live in Dayton, but I live in a suburb, but it's, heavily populated, it's busy, there's lots of people out. It was probably the afternoon. I was taking my daughter, actually had just had surgery on her toe, so I was taking her for her follow-up appointment to the doctor, and, I'm driving along, and I see a crow in the sky, and it's no big deal. Until it starts to come down and try to land on the utility pole. And at that moment, I noticed that this crow, the wings on it, the utility pole are like T-shaped.
Yeah.
The wings were twice the length of that horizontal piece on the pole. And I start yelling at my daughter. I'm like, what is that? What is that? What do you see? What do you see? I did not want to influence her at all, but I was so excited.
Right.
But I wanted her as a 9-year-old to tell me what it is she is seeing. She said, "Oh, it's a big crow." And I'm like,
Wow. It's like the crow version of Rodan. It was Crowdan.
Crowdan.
So doesn't the Thunderbird have a skinnier, longer body, but the wings isn't that like a Thunderbird, right? Maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Thunderbirds are just kind of a blanket term, really. I don't think there's like a specific. A lot of them, when they're reported, they look more like condors. This in particular, this has a name. It's called a thunder crow, and I'm not the only person that saw it. I did go on to figure out how long those utility poles were, how wide they were, and they're about 4 to 6 feet. So if you're talking double the size, you're talking a crow. with an 8 to 12 foot wingspan, which isn't huge. People talk about thunderbirds. They're like, oh, it's 30 feet. It's not huge, but there's no such bird that is that size as a crow. It just doesn't.
Right.
Actually, I'm
exist.
sorry. That is a big crow. Crows, normal size, can be pretty savage. So imagine a crow that big. Ooh.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine. I mean, I know up in Alaska we had huge crows. I mean, they're huge, and I couldn't imagine anything bigger than that. We call them chicken in the tree because they look like chickens sitting in a tree,
Oh yeah.
But
And
they're that plump. But I couldn't imagine anything bigger.
People have insisted that it was a turkey vulture. No, it wasn't. It was all black. It was a crow that was big.
You would know a
We had a
turkey
lot of
vulture if
turkey
you saw one.
vultures.
Yeah, and
Turkey
turkey
We get
vultures,
them all
they're
the time.
huge. They're
They're-
massive, but they're not even
they're
that
scary.
big. They're not even that big. And I actually had something because here's the thing: it was just flying around. Had it not tried to land on that pole, I wouldn't have had a frame of reference. I would have just thought it was a crow.
Right.
You just it's up in the air, whatever. And then it flew off into the neighborhood, and I'm like, do I follow it? I'm supposed to be the doctor, and my poor
Wait to
daughter's
see if some
slow.
small kid goes missing later.
I asked around. Somebody else saw it. At least 5 other people. There were so many people on the road that day. They had to have seen it. And I tried to kind of do some legwork in my neighborhood and see if anybody reported it. Nobody did. But it was massive. I mean, it really was. It was the craziest thing. One of the craziest things I've seen.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, that's. I don't know.
That is-
Ugh.
Yeah, it was.
We get some big birds around here because the fields and whatnot. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's possible there's some relic hominid or relic bird species that still exists today.
Oh yeah.
So I think thunderbirds are very much real. In fact, aside from Bigfoot, I think thunderbirds are the most likely cryptids. I really do.
Me too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They can stay away from us. They don't have to go anywhere near us. They can get to places we can't.
Yeah, they know humans suck, so they're like, yeah, go away from these humans.
Right.
I stay in my house. Humans suck.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely agree with them.
Why do you think they're always crapping on your car? They're like, you're a human? Take that.
Yep.
I just fed my crows peanuts. And so I'm going to see if I get a gift. Sometimes they leave gifts.
Oh.
Have you seen the video of the talking crow yet? That sounds like a human.
Yeah, that's oh, what's his name? Does he call him an asshole?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
the crow is asking for a donut too. I'm like, what?
Wait, Peter Kane?
No. Actually, it's not Peter Kane. It's somebody else who.
I can't think of it.
He and his wife have these crows that come to their yard every day, and there's a particular crow that will actually call the husband's name because he wants to see him. He'll stand in the windowsill and he'll call the husband's name.
No.
He'll peck the window, and as the wife is talking to him, he'll be like, "Donut." It's adorable. I mean, it's creepy but adorable at the same time because you get this bird that's talking a human language. You're like, you know too much for a bird. So much for being bird brain.
I'm telling you,
But-
get on YouTube sometime and look up birds talking to each other. Some of these parrots, I mean, they have crazy conversations.
Yeah.
Crows are supposedly one of the smartest birds. Like they are so smart. They can count. I mean, they're just so smart. But yeah, like you said, like parrots, they learn just by mimicking, right, our voice. So why not a crow?
Right. Yeah, that can kind of be applied to Bigfoot too. When people are like, "Oh, well, it's a human because it can speak." It's like, no, it's called mimicry, guys.
Right.
Monkey see, monkey do. So
They used to say it sounded like natives because the natives, or no, was it the natives? Natives, but then wait, I want to say Chinese. What?
Yeah, samurai chatter. They call it samurai chatter. But the thing is, though, is how would a Bigfoot know samurai chatter? I mean, have samurai come to the States?
Well, I think I can't remember the story they said. I'm not saying it's true, but something to do with, I can't even remember. If it was just, it sounded like that, but it was natives, native, I don't know, but I just, that kind of gave me the chills just thinking about it, Like if like they carried that down and that was their language now, I don't know.
Ashley went quiet. When she's quiet, she's thinking.
No, I'm not. I'm tired.
I keep interrupting everybody, so I was probably
No. You're fine. No. I'm just. I worked today, and then I recorded, and I had 4 hours of sleep last night, and I'm just like.
Hang on a sec. I'm just going to answer a question real quick in the chat. Yeah, Harry Man, you have me added on Facebook. I'm Ryan Tremblay.
Isn't Harry Man a woman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, she's got me added over on Facebook.
So you guys are Monster Radio, and then Ash, do you have a different channel?
Yeah, I do. I have on Wednesdays we talk weird. Over there's a lot more Monster Radio. It's got its fun moments, but it's definitely a lot more serious. Whereas on Wednesdays we talk weird is funny, and meant to be a little more adult. So don't let your kids listen to it.
What's your channel?
What is my channel, Ryan?
From the Ashers.
From the Ashers. Yep, that's what it is. It's from the Ashers. I'm really bad about keeping the podcast updated over there. But normally when that happens, I'll upload like 5 episodes at once. So, but there is like 140 over there right now. So there's plenty of content. And we cover everything over there. Aliens and cryptids and the paranormal and conspiracies and true crime.
Let me see if I can find your link and I'll drop it.
Sure. I'm on my computer. I don't know if
I'm subscribed to her, so I can get it probably.
Okay.
From the Ashers. The Z.
Ashers with a Z, though, at the end.
Ashers with a Z.
Ooh, I like that.
Thank you. But yeah, it's it's fun. Like I said, Monster Radio is definitely more adult and
Monster Radio has a cooler host. I mean, I'm the cool male out of the whole.
With a cooler show name on Monster Radio, I like it better. I like on Wednesday to Talk Weird, but it's they're both just very different vibes, but both very educational.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've heard stuff that I didn't even know there were so many different kinds of cryptids. I had no idea.
Yeah,
just watch. You'll see there's so many, Carol. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
It surprises me to this day. Even some of the topics that we cover. Usually if I cover a topic on either show, it's because I want to learn about it. Because it'll be stuff that's like, oh, everybody knows about this. I'm like, well, I don't know anything about this, and I probably should, and that's embarrassing.
We're supposed to be recording about the Skinwalkers pretty soon, right, Ashley?
We are supposed to be recording about the Skinwalkers, which is Ryan's deal.
Oh yeah, I'm going to talk a lot on that one.
He's going to talk so much, guys.
Tell me,
I'm going to be so tired. Yeah, I'm going to be so tired of it.
You're going to be like, dude, Ryan, be quiet. I'm sick of your voice, dude. And I'll just be like, no, you're not. Don't lie.
That's true.
I could read out of a phone book and you'd be happy, Ashley.
Yeah, but we definitely try to do more over on Monster Radio. We try to do more like very specific topics, and breakdowns of very obscure, mostly actual creatures. Rather than, like I said, Wednesdays we talk weird is more of a variety hour. And then we do I do a weekly news segment at the beginning of the show. Me and Ryan, we just get right into it and go straight for the facts. So
yep, we drop it like it's hot.
I love that.
Check it out. It's good. I think what was your favorite Monster Radio episode, Ryan?
That's a tough question. I really like the Flatwoods Monster one. That one was really cool.
Really?
Yeah. The first Wendigo was really awesome too. I really enjoyed that one.
I liked our Jersey Devil episode.
Yes, that one was good too.
I like talking about how stinky he was. And how he wears hats. Maybe not. Maybe that wasn't him. Maybe that was the Wendigo that wore hats.
I don't know that was Monster Radio, actually.
It was, yeah. One of the cryptids, I think, wears hats, and I think it's adorable. So I don't remember which one, but yeah. No, I don't know. We've had some pretty good episodes.
Flatwoods Monster one was really, really good, though.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
What is that?
That one.
That's one of my favorite stories.
What is it?
Oh, Ashley, you want to go ahead and
Well, I guess that's me.
All right, I'm going to shut up, mute myself, and get some coffee and let Ashley do her thing, yo.
So in the 1950s, I always get confused. It was either 52 or 54. I can't remember. A couple of children were playing outside in Sutton, West Virginia. And they had seen a ball of fire emerge from the sky and land in a wooded area over there. And so the children went back to the one kid's house, told the mom, and then she was like, well, let's go check it out. It was her, those two children, another two children, a National Guardsman who happened to be a neighbor, and then the family dog all went into the woods to go figure out what it was. When they got there, as they're getting closer, they're seeing this pulsating light. And so they're walking more and more towards the light. And they had flashlights on them. The dog started getting really upset, didn't want to go any further. They drew their flashlights and they drew it upon a 10-foot tall creature that had a green metallic body, a red head shaped like a spade, but almost like it had a hood to it. And these long arms with these clawed hands, and they all ran out of there. They left, and it's really interesting because that's the popular story. Like, that's the fun one that everybody talks about. There may or may not have been evidence found at the scene. There was like a weird black greasy substance found. Some people though say it was just oil from somebody's old truck. The dog, I believe the dog died or just got really sick. I can't remember. But I think he just got really sick. I don't think he died. I think everybody got kind of sick. They had like weird symptoms. Oh yeah, it was really stinky. The air was really stenchy. There was like a sulfur smell when they were coming up on it. The interesting part about the story is not that night. It's what happened the next night. 20 miles away from Flatwoods, from Sutton, West Virginia, is another town. It's called Frametown. And there was a couple driving home. And that's okay. There was a couple driving home, and their car broke down on the side of the road. So it's a man, a woman, and their baby, their toddler. And the husband gets out, starts working on the car, trying to figure it out. Well, he notices a weird smell coming from the woods. And a weird light coming from the woods, and the wife starts noticing the smell, and they're becoming overwhelmed by this terrible smell. So the husband goes to investigate, and this weird creature emerges. And this time, though, it didn't have the head like a spade. It had like a reptilian upper half. And then the bottom half was like a metal skirt. It was like a kilt made of metal. And he got out of there. And so a lot of people think, myself included, that these two events were related to each other, that's probably the same creature wearing armor or something and then taking it off later. It's a very weird story. I love it, though. It's fun. It's very fun.
I'm going to do a little segue for Ashley, too, because she can kind of combine these, though. The Hopkinsville Goblins, Ashley.
Well, so you want to talk about the Hopkinsville Goblins now?
Why not? You're talking about all these aliens and whatnot. Why not, man? Give the audience what they want. Give them a 3-for-1 special, man.
You're muted.
I can go ahead.
Oh, does she know she's muted?
I don't think so.
No, I didn't.
She does now. You can tell when she was laughing. She realized it.
Yeah. Cassie, I have a picture down below of the Flatwoods monster. If you want to. I just grabbed it real quick.
Yeah, show the Flatwoods monster. There she is.
Not in color, but
My goodness.
no, but that's the original rendition from the eyewitnesses. So I've spoken with one of the witnesses to that event.
That's missing character material right there, too.
It was like that much bigger than the human. Is that the comparison? Like
10 feet tall,
like
yeah.
Wow.
10 feet tall. Now, skeptics say that what they actually saw that night was a common barn owl.
yeah.
A stinky barn.
Yeah, a really stinky barn owl that was also 10 feet tall, had clawed hands, and drove a spaceship.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're smart owls.
Yeah, it's really it's a very interesting story. Like I said, I've talked to one of the witnesses. He still maintains the story. I've been to the Flatwoods Museum tons. Actually, in my career, I was like, I really made it because I got to, like, during the they have a festival, so they call it Braxy down there because it's Braxton County. So Flatwoods Monster has a name. It's Braxy. She's female, we think, and anyway, I got to pee in their bathroom at the museum, and I just felt like I was a celebrity. I was like, oh my god, I'm in
You made your mark.
I did. Marked my territory. It was good. It was fun. I took a picture in the bathroom and everything. I was like, look at me. The Japanese, that one story, okay, that one monster sighting, the Japanese love Braxy. They love that thing. They come over from Japan just to go to Sutton, West Virginia. And let me tell you something. Sutton, West Virginia ain't pretty. Not at all. It's kind of horrifying being there. You're like, I think I'm going to get shanked. But they have a museum, the monster museum right there, and they'll travel all the way just to come see that museum. They love it. They love it.
Is it something that like they're familiar, like in their background or anything?
Not that I found. I don't know why Brian, why would they like it so much? You think it has anything to do with kaiju?
Oh no, it reminds them of the aliens that they depicted in their history, I think.
Yeah.
If you actually look at the old Japanese illustrations of extraterrestrials, it's very, very similar. So
it's she's a celebrity over there. I don't know why she came here.
They make vinyl toys. They got all kinds of stuff for Braxy over in Japan.
Yeah.
They are absolutely head over heels with Braxy over there.
They love that thing. Yeah, but it's it's fun, and they've done some fun things with it to kind of tour. You can tour around the town, and there's like a scavenger hunt they have. It's fun to do the touristy stuff. You can't go to the actual sighting, the actual location, because it's private property. So you can't go. Wink, wink.
Right.
Yeah, it's there.
Wasn't that the whole swamp gas thing?
Probably.
Like they were on yeah.
Probably something similar, yeah.
Who freaking researched UFOs? The government part of it.
Oh, Project Blue Book.
Yeah, thank you.
Beats to it, Ash. Haha.
I believe that was the sighting they said that's the whole swamp gas thing came from.
I don't remember if they investigated that or not. I don't remember, and I've read it. I should know better.
They looked briefly into it.
Maybe. Well, I mean, yeah, they would have been active at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Hey, I'm doing pretty good for just kind of winging it. I'm impressing myself for not having any notes.
The goblins, actually. Tell them about the goblins, man.
Oh, that's right. Ryan wants me to tell the story.
One of my other favorite stories.
Gather around.
What's it called again?
This is the Kelly Hopkinsville incident, Kelly Hopkinsville encounter, Kelly Hopkinsville goblins. So this was also in the 1950s. I think this one was in 52. I don't remember. It was in the 50s. Anyway, there was a family who lived at, were just kind of doing their family thing. They had friends over. They were having a visit with their friends. And one of the friends that was there, he went out to the back of the well to go fetch some water. And he saw what he thought was a UFO. And he kind of mentioned it to the rest of the family. And they were just like, okay, my guy, you've had too many beers. Well, they weren't drinking. They said they weren't drinking. And anyway, as kind of night started approaching, some very strange creatures were emerging from the woods, and there was a lot of them. There was a bunch. Initially, two creatures had approached the house, and the man of the house, I can't remember his name right now. He had actually, I think their last name was Sutton, which is strange because the Flatwoods monster situation. Anyway, he drew his gun at the one. And they were like these 3 to 4 foot tall little creatures that had these like big ears that stuck out, and they had like bodies made of like metal. And so they started emerging towards the house, and he shot at them, and they thought that was a lot of fun. And they kind of then started becoming a bit mischievous. So obviously it didn't deter them at all. The family went and locked themselves in the house. These things were trying to poke their heads in the windows. They were hanging from the gutters. At one point, somebody tried to look out the door to see if they were still there, and a little hand reached down from the roof and grabbed onto his head. They terrorized his family. And this went on for hours. And eventually, they ended up getting a clearing enough to get to the car to leave. And they went straight to the police station and told the police, listen, we're being harassed by these little men, these little creatures. We don't know what they are. And the police came. They investigated the property. They said everything looks good. And then they left. And then after the police left, guess what? The little creatures came back again. The family didn't sleep that night. They were being terrorized all night long. So after that had happened, the very next day, it was starting to roll around the press because what the press would do is they would take police reports and then they would report from those police reports what was going on. And that happened to be on there. And I mean, that's a hot story. So everybody started talking about it. Well, the Suttons, they decided to go ahead and let people, I mean, people were coming to the house in droves. So they decided, well, we might as well make money off this. People won't leave us alone. So they were charging like $1 for people to come see the property, $3 to take a picture of it, things like that. And then within like 2 weeks, they all just left. They all just took off and vanished. They just left the property. The family left the property completely. And likely it's because these creatures, we theorize that they could have been coming back or they didn't want the publicity. We don't know. But what we know about them is that they weren't drunkards. As a matter of fact, the matriarch of the house was really against drinking. I mean, these were all people of sound mind. And there was a lot of them that saw these creatures, and we don't know what the hell they are.
Yeah, they were deemed, I know that they were deemed circus monkeys.
They were very much like that because they were swinging all over the place and just, I mean, they were having a great time, you know.
But my favorite part about it, though, is like when the sheriff is telling how they came busted into the, they were scared.
They're very scared.
And the sheriff even said, these are, guys that carry guns. They know how to shoot a shotgun. They protect their own, but they were freaking out.
And skeptics say that those were also barn owls. But these were people that lived in the woods. They knew what a barn owl looked like.
Right. Yeah.
Always reminds me of gremlins.
Yeah. I have the pictures, Cassie, if you want to show them.
So did they? My brain goes to places but so did they not have a phone because they lived in the woods to call
no, not in the 1950s. Okay. Yeah. Little weird
gremlins.
Yeah, that's one of the pictures that was drawn that night. And oh crap, it didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? Hold on. Let me get the other one.
What happened if you got the gremlin wet? It had babies?
Yeah, it multiplied.
Yeah.
Multiplied.
There you go, Cassie.
That's what happened. They got wet.
There's a perverted joke in there somewhere, but I won't say it.
Yeah, we'll leave that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Handsome little devils, aren't they?
Very weird. They had glowing yellow eyes.
Yeah.
And Braxy also had, I think, yellow. I mean, she might have had green. I don't remember.
Have you guys seen Hellier?
Oh, yeah.
A green-eyed redhead, huh, Ashley?
What'd you say?
She's a green-eyed redhead, huh?
Yeah.
There's your competition, baby.
Someone drew me as Braxy once. Actually, it's really adorable. I was like, wow, that's very cute.
Cool.
I'm very flattered. You see me as Braxy? Wow.
So I wonder how many cryptids, right, could be actual aliens. Like you were talking about these,
yeah.
How many more?
A lot of them, I think.
Yeah, I think quite a few of them could be.
I think a lot of them are. We talked about that when we did the other show. We're talking about the Mothman. The Mothman's not a cryptid. That thing came from space. He don't live here. He doesn't have a Mothman nest. I wish. I would have found it by now if he did, But,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, right.
It'd be
a lot of
huge.
stuff doesn't live here. It doesn't. It comes here and maybe it's for a fleeting moment. The vegetable man, that's another one. Should I talk about that, Ryan?
That one is interesting as hell. Yeah, you should definitely talk about that vegetable man.
It's a fast one. There was a guy out, and who knows what the guy's name is? It doesn't matter because we know about the vegetable man. But anyway, there was a guy hunting, and he saw a spaceship crash into the woods, and he approached it. And what he found was this weird leafy creature. It was very skinny, and it kind of looked. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Green Man, but it was like that, like just kind of made of like different greenery, shrubbery rather. And anyway. So he approaches this thing and it turns and looks him right in the eyes. Its eyes are like you would see in a cartoon if a cartoon character is trying to hypnotize somebody with their eyes and like they have the weird swirls. The eyes had the weird swirls, but they were like red and yellow and going back and forth. And it speaks to the man telepathically and says, "I'm not here to hurt you." He said, "I need medical assistance," he said. Please help me. And before the man could do anything, it took its hand and it reached out to him. It grabbed onto him. And his hand had these, for like fingernails, these long thorns on them. And he stuck them into the man and sucked his blood through the thorns.
Oh my gosh.
And then he left. And he just left. Yeah. Thanks for the drink. And then he left. And I mean, that's it. That's the only sighting that we've ever had of anything like that. And, it's so ridiculous. My theory on this is that it is absolutely so ridiculous that there's no way anybody could make that shit up. Not in the 60s, I could see someone doing that in 2023 where the story's a little bit more acceptable, so we're like, oh, it's a crazy story. Back then, you didn't talk about stuff like that.
No, but they had some really good drugs.
That's a good point. That's true. That's the vegetable man, and that was in West Virginia. West Virginia's weird.
That is crazy.
The least, Jesus.
It's the mountains.
It is. It is the mountains.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not the inbreeding that goes on over there.
I wasn't going to say that, but
it's the mountains, the inbreeding, and the meth. We know.
Oh my goodness.
That's great. Yeah.
Carol's
I mean,
fucking-
there's a lot of crazy stuff like that. And and Ashley's right. I mean, the crazier the story, it's like how there's no way nobody can make that up.
Right.
Out of the blue.
Yeah.
An alien vegetable creature. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Right? A vegetable vampire, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Who
Close
thinks
enough,
of that?
yeah.
Nobody. No, that happened. That's real.
Right? Well, I'll tell you one thing, because I love those stories, and especially when it comes to Ingrid Cold and
oh gosh,
don't
start me on that one.
and Valiant Thor and all that. Well, no, I didn't experiment because it's funny. I sat here and I was just thinking about this. I'll do these experiments of calling down C5 stuff and calling spirits to me just to experience. Well, I have because that's how I do my, testing, I guess you would say. But cryptids, I don't think I would ever call. Seriously. I think that's the one thing that still keeps, I've held, I love the legends and lore, like I said before, but to really get out there and investigate some of those creatures, I'm not there yet.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Even if you don't see a Bigfoot or a dog man, there's bears and shit out there, guys. It's
I
dangerous.
enjoy that.
I know.
The world wants to kill you. It wants to.
Exactly. And that's like I said, when I lived in Alaska, I'm there's two seasons. There's ice, where everything's just ice, and there's bear season. When I had my FLIR camera, I didn't buy it for the spirits. I bought it for bear.
Right.
I know how
Alaska is a serial killer.
I want one of those so
Yeah.
bad.
It will kill
everything in Alaska wants to kill you. Yeah. Right in that triangle. I'm telling you.
Did you try to make contact with Indrid?
Yeah. Well, it started with Valiant Thor, and then it went to Indrid Cold.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, while she's telling that story, I'm going for a smoke.
Damn it, Ryan. No.
It's been 2 hours, Shadow.
I know. But so I did the whole story on Valiant Thor and everything like that, and was reading up on it, and I'm like, you know what? Because Valiant Thor and Ingrid Gold have always been like my two right there main, you know what I mean, guys that I love reading about. So I'm like, let me try to call these people, and I kind of the way I do it is like through, like I said, through CE5, but it's like it's the way I astral travel too, kind of. Because I go into a mind frame of basically, those still cameras that take a picture and they're like, you're like this. That's what I start out as, right? So I'm calling them down, showing them where I live and stuff like that. And I definitely, I don't know what showed up. I can't obviously verify what showed up, but I can say the energy kicked my ass. Okay. I mean, literally kicked my ass. And it was enough to where they weren't like, whatever it wasn't, they noticed and backed off. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like malevolent or anything like that. But yeah, it was like, and the only way I can describe the feeling, like it was definitely, it's because their energy was a lot stronger than mine. And it felt like, you know how when you're younger, you do the whole 9-volt battery to the tongue?
Oh, yeah.
It was my whole body like 100 times worse.
Wow.
And it was just like, I was like blown away. I was like, I got nauseous. I was like, nope. And that was the first time and the only time that I've tried that.
I've been very interested into getting into the C5 contact because I have had experiences that I don't choose that happen to me. Yeah.
Right.
I'm very uncomfortable. It's sad because like I know that these are valid experiences. I know I'm not crazy. I know I'm having them, but I know what it sounds like and it sounds crazy. And so it's like, it's a hard thing for me to talk about. I usually don't publicly, but I've definitely had some very interesting experiences that are just like that. And you know what? I've realized now that, look, they're going to happen to me, whether I want them to or not. The least I could do is utilize it as a tool and help me in my, because that's another thing with my research. As scientifically driven as I am, I research based strictly off of synchronicity. I don't just pick up a topic and go, I want to read about this. It comes to me. And anyway, the Indrid stuff is interesting. If for people that maybe don't know, I am very, very close to Tanya. I've met her. I've talked to her.
She added me on Facebook like months ago.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, she really wants to sell her books, and I understand that part. But I'm very invested in the Indrid Cold story, and I'm probably, it's gonna sound really cocky to say this, but at this point, I'm probably the most knowledgeable and closest to. If Tanya goes, like, one thing that I've accepted about myself, because she's older, she's been in really bad health, is that if anybody's going to carry on the story, it's going to have to be me at this point.
Right.
And because I know that my best chances to meet Indrid is going to be through Tanya.
Right.
And so I've fed into that relationship. And like I said, I've talked with kids. I mean, we've gotten really close.
That's awesome. But no, and that's great because these stories are disappearing.
They are because the people go and
we're talking about Tanya now.
Yeah, Tanya thinks that people aren't interested in her story, and I'm like, but they are. I don't think you understand. I'm like, Tanya, people think I'm so cool because we're friends. Like that's why they think I'm cool, is because I'm friends with you. Like, I don't think you understand, how much, but they do. The stories die with the experiencers, and we need people to continue to carry it on. But I'm interested. I'm interested in the C5 contact. I know a lot of people that have gotten into it. I just haven't. It hasn't quite come to my attention yet. I figure it will again when it needs to. I don't know. Maybe it is right now. I don't know. And I need to look into it more. So.
Right. Well, it's just something. It's funny because, like, I was doing that long before. That's how, like I said, how I start out my astral travels, and that's long before Greer came up with anything like that. That's just something I've done like my whole life.
Yeah.
And it just, don't get me wrong, I'm not into it fully through the C5 with the tones or anything like that.
Yeah.
I haven't experimented with that because it's like how you were explaining it with the synchronicities. Like when I'm done with something else will pop up and I'll be like, oh, okay, let's follow this.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So it's like always bouncing all over through all three subjects and just the weird in itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
it comes around when it needs to again. And then, you know,
yeah, exactly.
Done, and, you know, you just kind of keep going. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to go. I have to go to bed. I have to wake up in the morning. But
thank you for coming.
thank you for having me. It was a
Me
great
too.
time.
Yeah,
Me too,
I had
man.
so fun.
Yeah, we've been at it for a while, huh?
What'd you say?
We've been at it for a while now.
What are you saying, Ryan?
Yeah.
3 hours.
Just trying to be
3
threatening.
hours.
All right, I'm gonna leave. All right, bye guys.
All right,
Have
get
a
out
good
of here,
night.
Ash. They'll be like,
I'm leaving.
We'll have to do this again. It was
"Come on,
fun.
get."
Definitely.
It was
Yeah, I
fun,
think it's time
huh?
for me to crash too. I got a show to do tomorrow. So,
Okay, Ryan, thank you for joining us.
hey, no problem. I will come up more often if you want me to.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Definitely. Alrighty,
You
well, I'm
and
gonna bounce on out of here. So you ladies have an awesome night.
Well, it was great
Okay.
talking to you, Ryan.
Yes, I've missed you, Misty. We got to do a show together pretty soon.
I know.
I think I'm
It's
just
only
gonna
been
pull
in
you
the
onto
works for
Monster
what,
Radio.
3 years now?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you onto Monster
Do it,
Radio. Be like,
guys.
"We're doing a show, darn it! Do it now.
No.
Just talk about whatever. We'll just converse, and that'll be a show."
Exactly. Hey, you know.
All right. Well, you guys have a great night. Okay.
You too.
Night, Ryan.
Night, Cassie. Night, Carol. Night, Missy.
Night.
Bye.
It doesn't seem like it's been 3 hours.
I know.
When you go down those rabbit holes, it's like, what?
I know. I've enjoyed this a lot. Hi, everybody that came in the room. Sorry.
Anytime you want to do this?
No, Ryan and Ashley are really cool people. I've always looked up to them.
Did you grab? Nikki wants to know if she grabbed which one? Monster Radio.
Oh, did I grab? Okay, I can grab that real quick.
Thank you, Missy. Make sure you guys have Missy too. Shadows of the Moon. She goes deep into the rabbit holes. And we got Mindfort here too. Mindfort, Miss Chris. Another great channel right there.
Excuse me. Oh my God, I just burped on. I'm sorry.
I do too.
Pepsi said hello.
Oh, Pepsi does that. To me, if I drink Pepsi, I get so, what do you call it? The air in there? Ooh, I can't help it. Drop your link, Chris. Chris, drop your link. Grab up Mindfort too. Make sure you guys have Harry Man hoaxes and hoodwinks. We've got Shadows of the Moon. Missy, I've been telling you forever, Chris, about Missy. And we have Carol, our Carol here. She's probably going to fall asleep on us. Oh, Carol.
I think she already has.
She probably just relaxed and probably fell asleep. Aww.
Yeah, Ryan's awesome. Me and Ryan have been trying to get a show together because we're always talking. And it's just like, you know, we're always comment on each other's Facebook posts and everything. So it's like, we were like, but for 3 years, I swear.
Keep saying it. Yeah.
I know.
You guys should. You really should. Even if you just get up there and boom, just start bringing it all out, you know?
Right.
Like tonight. Like, it was just fun.
That was really fun. And Ashley, like I said, she's so knowledgeable.
I love that. I mean, there's some things I didn't understand. So I've been making notes. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go.
Right.
Welcome, Chris.
I know. I absolutely love them too. They're, like I said, very knowledgeable. And Ryan's my go-to guy when I can't figure out stuff or I have a question or whatnot.
I love that. It's weird. I'm so happy that he came in and like we were talking, you know, the cryptids and then, you know, and then Ash comes in and we're all like, you know, got to hear all these stories and
yeah,
I love it.
Oh, the Hopsy. Let me tell you, if you get a chance, there's another good movie. Well, it's not a movie, it's a documentary. I'm on the fence whether shit was really going on or not, but it's intriguing anyway. It's called Hellier. Hellier. There's some crazy stuff in Kentucky with where the
it's a documentary. A documentary. Yeah. What is it? How do you spell it?
Hellier.
Hellier. Hellie. Okay, Hellier. All right. Documentary. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to write it down because
2 L's, I think, freaky, but yes.
Hellier.
It's just there's a lot of freaky stuff going on in Kentucky over there.
Oh wow, Kentucky.
Yeah, it has to do with the hobgoblins.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to find that.
Well, it's the one that she was talking about. The ones with that looks like. Oh. I've said it so many times, but that even looked like Stitch. Apparently, I'm watching too much Lilo and Stitch with my granddaughter.
I love that.
But
that is neat.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
Love those stories. Those are the kind of stories that I do, you know.
I love the old Appalachian.
The
Appalachians. Yep. When you hear all those Appalachians.
I don't have the Appalachians, but I got the Adirondacks.
What? That's another part of
New York. That's up.
Okay.
That's upstate New York because I'm not in upstate. I'm in western New York.
Okay. I love all the legends and what do you call them? Lores, legends, and everything. Tales and love it.
Yeah, me too. I definitely, that's why I do. Partly why I do my channel. I just love, especially with legends and lores. I absolutely love that stuff. I feed into that so bad.
Yes.
Encounters. The encounters of everything.
I love it. I think that's the part I liked of these cards was the the little folk tale, getting into those stories, and
that's cool. I mean, obviously, and that's the thing I say about synchronicity, right? You didn't know too much about cryptids or whatnot. These cards led you to do that. You know what I mean? And then you'll start learning more and more and more and more, and then you really want to get into the base of the story. It pulls you in. I'm telling you.
I love it.
Like I said, I've been doing this since, obviously back in the day when I was 16 and stuff, I had to go to libraries, but
yeah, the books had it all. Yeah. Now you kind of just Google it, huh? There's Hero. There you are.
There was no way my phone.
Feel better. I had to brush my teeth. It was driving me nuts. Damn, I was going to say something. My fan is going. Can you hear it? Because I can turn it off.
No.
That's how I fall asleep.
I don't hear it.
I have to have a fan on for the white noise.
I have to have SpongeBob on. Or lately it's been Teen Titans. So.
Oh, wow.
Teen Titans. I don't know if
Teen Titans.
I've heard of it, but I don't know if I've seen it.
Yes.
Yeah, this has been so cool. Like all this information.
Yeah.
That you learn.
Carol, she said to watch Hellier.
Hellier? Hellier?
What?
Hellier?
Hellier.
Yeah. Hellier.
Documentary.
Oh, it's a documentary.
Yeah.
Because isn't there a scary movie that's something like that?
It's not scary. If you're thinking, right. It starts out with the Hopkinsville goblins.
Oh, okay. Well,
in Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm gonna start out first with the Brothers Grimm. Then I'm gonna start out with what was it? The Woman in White.
Yes, the Lady in White.
I already got it all planned.
The Lady in White.
Lady in White?
let me look it up real quick because I want to make sure you get the right one. All I remember, you watched Who's the Boss, right?
Yes.
Mona's in there.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember which one's Mona.
Angela's mom, the redhead.
Oh gosh, I'm so bad. I don't remember.
No? Oh, I do.
If I was to see it again, I'd be, oh yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll probably look at her and be like, oh yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we all needed this tonight.
Yeah, it was a good to get the cobwebs out of the brain.
Yeah,
Yes.
here's the little thing. This is locked in a cloakroom after school as a Halloween prank. Frankie meets the ghost of a young neighborhood girl, Melissa Ann Montgomery, who had been found strangled to death 10 years before. Frankie soon learns that there's 9 other children that have been killed that day. No, that ain't the one.
Well, that sounded good. That sounded good.
That sounded really good. But it sounded... Hold on. Is it the right one? Hold on. It's an old movie. That's not it. I'm not finding it. Oh yeah, that's it. It's not lying. Yeah, well it is the. Here, I'll send you the link to the trailer, so you know what you're looking for.
Now, what one are we talking about right now?
Lady in White.
Okay.
But
Lady in White or just Lady in White?
Lady in White.
Okay. Cross out the.
There's the trailer. And like I said, yeah, that's the school I used to live there in Lyons, New York. My daughter went to school there, my oldest.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was like, when I found out that was the school, I'm like, what?
Wow.
And then, see, we have every town has the Lady in White. Castle. Oh.
The Lady in White.
Yeah, it did show me. Or it took me right to it. I knew what I was looking at. Or what I wanted to look at. See, I'm getting tired. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. There's the Lady in White's castle. Totally spelled that wrong, but it knew what I wanted.
Oh, sorry. Bless you.
What?
I'm watching it right now. I can't hear it, but.
So it's just like a movie from like an earlier movie, right? Is it from the 90s? Oh, 88?
1988.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That boy has been in a bunch of different movies. Well,
yeah.
I can't remember what they were, but he's.
Cassie, I shared the picture of the Lady in White's castle.
Let's see.
Can you see that okay?
Oh.
Now I have the song Lady in Red in my
Oh, I know, right? Oh, no, that doesn't help. Let me see. There we go. And that's still in Rochester today.
Oh, wow.
The whole castle is gone now, but...
The cat.
Aww.
Wait. Okay, now I can't even find your stream. Oh, here we are. Okay, I'm home. I'm back. Ooh, that's cool. What did you see? Is there a picture of the castle?
It's just the outline of it, like this part of it. Yeah, the castle itself's gone now.
Oh.
But
What's the story with the castle? Who was it?
That's where she lived. She still looks for her daughter.
Oh no, I mean in real life was the castle.
Yeah, it's real life.
Was it? somebody's house? Was it a?
It was the lady in white's house.
For in real life?
Yeah.
Oh
I'm
wow!
gonna have to watch this before.
Wow! So it's a true story.
Right.
Whoa, that got
It's
me.
based on a true story.
So I wonder what
you know how
it's
it is.
playing on. Do we have to watch it on YouTube? I wonder what it's.
I
can
don't know, to be honest with you.
Huh?
Google that.
Yeah, there's gotta
Why
be.
I
a
have
weird-
to-
If you figure it out, let me know because I want to watch it too.
Yeah, well, here it is,
But,
Lady in
my
White.
best friend's father actually has had an encounter with a lady in white.
Oh wow!
Yeah, because she hates like all men, basically.
Ooh, Carol.
And he was,
Sorry.
but he was driving, and she shuts down your car, and he didn't believe it. He didn't believe it, the haunting. You know what I mean? He's like, whatever. And he was driving. Him and his friends were driving along, and sure enough, didn't his car like stop working in the middle of the street? And
Oh,
it's like I seen her out in the reverse mirror, in the rearview mirror, go behind his car and walk right into the woods. And he's like, my car started back up, and I shot the hell out of there.
Heck yeah.
heck yeah!
It says on Prime.
Oh, there you go.
So,
Oh heck
yeah.
yes!
It's like I said, it's a very old movie, so I mean, it's, you know,
Well, 88's not that old. That's the.
it's not old, but it was like, I don't know how they did it, but it was like, I don't know if they were trying to get an older feel for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looked like the 50s cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was there. I'm gonna say that's the year my oldest daughter was born in 88.
Yeah.
She's 34. God, I can't even keep track.
Mine,
I don't
yeah,
even know
mine's
how old I'm gonna be.
93. My oldest is 93.
My middle is 91, and then my last was 2000. I waited a while. 11 years? I don't know.
Wow, Kara, listen, my oldest is 93, my middle child is 97, and my youngest child is 2006.
There you
Oh
go.
wow!
There
Oh,
you go.
I tell everybody, because they look at the ages, and I'm like, you can tell that me and their father got back together at one point.
Yeah, I just decided I wanted one more.
That's how it was for me. I was like, I had the two, they fought like cats and dogs with each other, and I was like,
Yeah.
hey, let's have another one.
Yeah, because this is so much fun.
Yeah.
Yes. Who's 93 years old?
oh, he thought she meant her young oldest is 93.
No, it's nice though because she's 20 years younger than me. So I always know her birthday or how old she is.
Yeah.
Me and Deanna too. 20 years.
I was 19 when I had my oldest.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Nice.
I spaced mine out. I think so. Deanna was 98. Megan was 2001. Brooke was 2009. Wait, 2006. And Bug was 2009.
It's so funny because I call my youngest Bug and she was 2006.
I love it. Oh, I get mine mixed up. I'm like,
Oh, believe me.
Can't remember
Listen, you know about our birthdays and everything, so it's like, it's crazy. Besides my youngest daughter, because she's born the day before me,
wow.
I'm like, I don't forget hers. But it goes Danielle's October 17th, I'm October 18th. Then you have my ex-husband, their father is born November 29th. My oldest daughter is born November 30th. 5 days from my ex's birthday is his sister's birthday. 5 days from Taylor, my oldest's birthday, is her daughter's birthday. And then Ryan's all alone in June. Yeah.
Aww.
I tell everybody, thank God I didn't have him I had him in 97 and 96 because it would have been 6/26/96.
Oh yeah.
My middle daughter's 6/6/91. So
Really?
yes.
91.
Oh, I'm so glad I don't have any younger kids I'm responsible for. Just the grandkids, and I send them on their way.
Oh, see, I can't do that anymore, but I don't care. I love it. We sit there and we chill. We watch TV, and we have snacks that we're not supposed to, and
What you're not able? What are you not able to do anymore? Send them on their way?
send them on their way. I live with them.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I didn't know. It's like, wait, is she talking about her kids? Because yeah, you can send them on.
That's how I came back to New York, because Ryan guilted me. Yeah, it's like, Mom, when I came for his wedding, he's like, Mom,
Oh yes.
we want you home. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah,
But
it's so much fun. Grandkids are just like,
Yeah, definitely. And it's so funny because, like, the traditions, it's funny because, like, me and Ryan is the boy version of me. And he'll tell you straight up that he's a mama's boy. He don't care what anybody thinks about that.
Aw.
He's the boy version of me. This is the one that I play video games with.
yeah.
I'm close with my youngest daughter as well, but
Yeah.
me and Ryan just have that bond. We've always had that bond. And he that's why he knew if he said it, I would come home. I mean, I would come home for any of my kids, obviously, but he knows how to work
Yeah.
me, basically.
Yeah.
But it's so funny because I've always done, like, voices, throughout them growing up. And we'll sit there and do different voices and stuff. And now he does it with Briella, which I'm like, oh,
I know.
I love that.
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, that is fun to see. That is fun to see when your kids do the things that you did.
Yeah.
with them.
Yeah, exactly. It's so cool. And it sucks because the end of this month he's getting, I almost said deported. That ain't it. He's getting sent overseas for a year. So
that's good that you'll be at the house with everybody. And
yeah, helping her with the baby and that.
how old's the
Oh,
baby?
good.
She just turned 2.
Oh.
2?
Yeah.
2.
Well, I shouldn't say
goodness.
she just turned 2. She's going to be 3 in March.
Oh my goodness. And is that the
That's your
youngest?
baby.
That's my only
that the youngest?
grandbaby.
Only.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my only grandbaby.
This is my son here. I
Aww.
have 3 girls, and this is my son. As a boy, he's really soft because I had to give him a bath because he got all muddy. So soft now.
Oh,
Like,
that's the
Mom.
one that got all muddy.
Yeah, he hates baths. Or it was actually a shower because we don't have a bathtub. But oh, he gets so scared. This is him
Aw.
telling me it's time to go to bed, Mom.
Aw.
What's his
He'll
mommy?
get in between the he'll get in between the computer.
Yep.
All right, Mister.
Oh,
What's
All
his
right.
mommy? They're so smart.
he's so cute.
He's a ball.
Yeah, you're right, Freaky. She's growing up.
They
Considering
have
I
to do
just
that.
added on another. No, she's going to be 2 in March.
Oh, she is going to be 2. So
Yeah.
she's still little. Yeah. I mean, 3 is still little too. But
I have a. Oh my God, is he 14? Is my oldest 14? 13 or 14? I can't remember. I don't know.
At that age, don't get it wrong, because my daughter yelled at me.
He's pretty chill. He don't care. The boys are so chill.
Yeah, that's how he is. The girls are just,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
my youngest is more like me than anything. They all got their father's anger. He's Italian and he's, you know, and they all have his anger. And Ryan will sit there and admit, he's like, yeah, I got anger issues. I know I do. But he
Yes,
said
so
the
do I.
kindest thing for me. And I don't know if, I mean, I took it as a compliment. But he's like, when you're here, it makes me calm. Like I look at you
Aw.
and I calm down. I'm like, why? You think I'm going to beat your ass or what? You know? Normal.
That's good. That's good. I live with my
Aw.
mom, and it's a blessing. Definitely is. But she doesn't call me. Yes. Now I'm thinking, because what she does is she watches those Karen videos.
Oh,
I can't handle the
shoot.
screaming. And also policemen that try to take advantage, like if somebody gets pulled over and so, I can't handle the yelling and stuff. I just go back upstairs. I'm like, I can't.
right.
I'm like, why do you watch that? She says, I feel good when they get their up and comings. Like if they
Right.
get what they're right.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh God. So yeah, you feel good, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
Right.
And she watches a lot of politics.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Oh gosh.
I'll be upstairs. She's 85 years old, and then I'll hear the F word, like she's yelling at,
Right.
so she'll like call him up. I'm like, oh my God.
It's so
But she
funny
don't
because even with my son, you sit there and say the F word. Like my son, he's 26 years old and still will not swear around me.
Aw,
He
that is
won't do it.
respect right there. That
Like,
is
and I've only, he says twice, but I've always been a yeller. You know what I mean? I've spanked a couple times, but I'm mainly a yeller and a threatener. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
But I remember I went like that to him once, and it like shocked the boat. Like he was like 10, and he was being derogatory, and don't
Yep.
you
Yeah.
say that. And
Yep.
and we both like looked at each other shocked because I had never hit him before, and he, obviously has never met. So
Yeah.
he's like looking at me, and I'm like, oh my God.
Did I just do that? See what you made me do?
I know, right? And it was like, I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. But I'm like, because, I'd always told my kids, I'm like, listen, I'm not, especially when they got older and teenage years, I'm like, I'm not stupid. I know you swear. I just better not hear it come out of your mouth. And I better not hear you being derogatory towards somebody.
Yeah.
And apparently that carried on to his adult life too, because
Yeah.
Aw.
I'm like, I know he does. I've heard him. He catches himself. He's like, son of a. And then he'll look at me and I'm like, what's that? And he's like, I didn't say it.
My daughters, we can cuss up a storm, but they know
I've always
better
cussed
than
from
to. Yeah, they know better than to say the GD or the JC.
Right.
They know better than to say that.
See, I'm okay
And-
with that. I'm okay with me saying that because as long as I say amen, that's fine. That's what
Are you Catholic?
No. But my mom always taught me, if you slip up and say it, say amen. So I've said it
There you
a million
go.
times. And as long as I
Yeah.
said amen, I was fine.
Yeah.
The
Just
welcome.
Adjudicator.
Adjudicator.
Adjudicator. Welcome.
Ooh.
It's a fun word to say.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
why.
But yeah, it just, it's so funny how your kids just mimic stuff, that you did.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I know.
And, and that's the thing with the whole swearing thing. I grew up swearing around them. I never, I never lied to them, or I was myself around them. They're like the only ones
Yeah.
that they know their mom's crazy. They know. Who am I to hide it? Around them, you know. But I swore around them. I played music to swore around them, and you know, long as I didn't hear it out of their mouth, or they weren't talking bad about somebody, that swearing or not.
Yeah.
You know.
My youngest swears the most.
Really?
My youngest, she's 13. It's this age, I think. They go
Schools
to
are
school. Yeah, then they.
Schools are so bad. Those kids, holy cow!
No, I'm telling you, I feel bad for my mom raising me. My kids are nothing like what I was. I got very lucky.
Yeah, I said the F word when me and my father were arguing, and then he told me if I did it again, I was gonna get a wallop, and I did, and I did.
Right?
I did say it, and I did. But, and if he ever said the F word, he had to been super mad. So to hear my mom, because my dad's gone, right? So to hear her down there, I'm like,
right?
What can you do, Dad?
That's when I know I messed up with my mom. I remember the first time I ever heard her say the F word, I was just like, oh, I better go dig my own grave because not. But I remember I got mad at her. I think I was like 16 when it happened, and I got mad at her. I'm like, you've been hanging around Fran too long, which is my cousin. Because like my mom never swore besides SOB, or you know what I mean, ass, you might say. But like big words like that, dude, she never, you know.
That's so funny.
I could just imagine what was going through her mind. Like,
I'm not much of a
my youngest really doesn't too much, but she like but my middle, holy cow. The oldest will too when she gets on a roll, but the middle one, and I oh my God, one time funny story, and then I'll get off of. Hey, Batman's here. When I was still married to the kids' dad, we would, because they lived next door, my in-laws lived next door, and we were playing cards. That was my entertainment, my weekend. We go with the in-laws, play cards. He did something, because it was the girls against the guys. He did something, and I said, "You cocksucker."
Oh.
He said, "Carol, I'm trying to quit." Get it? I'm just like shocked because I said it, and then shocked because it just rolled off his tongue. Carol, I'm trying to quit.
Oh crap!
They're mortified. Like, what do I do?
Well, he broke me in because I wasn't like when I first started dating. I was quiet and shy. He broke me in, so it was his fault.
Right.
But that was funny.
Oh my God, I couldn't imagine.
Oh, it's Batmom. I'm sorry. I said Batman.
Oh, I totally read it like that too.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Batmom. That's like, but that's how people look at because my last name's Blackman.
I think I messed your name. I mess up your last name all the time.
Yeah, everybody does. Don't worry. It's because it's MON, not MAN. So you know, I'm so used to it. And then with my maiden name, it was Stevens, and it's like with a V. So I'm like,
yeah.
When it comes to names, I'm like cursed. I'm like,
my name is Wolverton, like the Wolverton Mountain.
I like that though.
Yeah.
I like that song too.
Every time I go to the doctors would sing that Wolverton Mountain.
There's a song?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a country song.
Wolverton Mountain.
Isn't it like Gold Rust Hot? No, that's
Is it an older one or?
yeah.
Oh,
You have to look it up. Yeah, something. I don't really remember. I just remember the doctors were singing it. Every time I go in.
That's I know. Now I always get sung Sweet Melissa. Like really, can you come up with something more? It's just
I
one
like
of
that
those.
song. You probably don't.
Yeah.
You probably hear it all your life.
God, it's well, yeah. I hate it. I'm not going to even try to defend myself.
Hey, they never had a song with my name in it. Well, besides my last name.
Right? What about you, Carol?
Sweet Caroline.
Oh, yeah. Bum, bum, bum.
I love that song.
No, my name is not Caroline, but that's
It's one.
closest. That's the closest. My name is so plain, but the last name too, just the plainest name. So when I got married, my last name was really cool. But this
She's
is
like,
a cool
finally.
It was Nicodemus,
Oh, I like that.
and then the second time I got married, it was Hercelia, so that was like a
Goodness.
little better. I only kept that name for 2 years. I got the heck out of that one.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm done.
I still have my ex's last name. I didn't want to go back to Wolverton. But I didn't want to get married to somebody else either, you know? So I was just like, Wooden. Now it's Wooden. But I was
Yeah, I
Wolverton,
mean,
22
it's the
years.
same way with me. I mean, I'm still Blackman. I mean, we're not divorced, unfortunately. But
You're not divorced?
no.
Oh, okay. Wait
Which
a
is
minute.
going to be a big surprise for his fiance. Yeah, there's some issues where I might not even be married to him. I don't know yet. But it's because it's my kids' father. I would, you know what I mean? I just let it. It's
Yeah.
like, whatever. You know?
Yeah.
So, and like, you know, Eddie knows, obviously, after 10 years, I hope he knows. But, and he gets it, you know. But I think it'd be very weird, like with all my kids being Blackmans and me being that for so long, that I don't think I could go back to being Stevens.
Yeah.
Bat, I was going to call her Batman again. She did change your name after you get married and divorced. Did you know that you can only change your last name 5 times with Social Security?
Really?
That's what I read.
I wonder what the hell my aunt did.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't know, right? Because when
No,
I
I really
changed my
don't know.
last name again with this last marriage, I read that somewhere.
Huh.
Or is it? I don't know. Y'all have to Google that. I thought it was 5, but there's a limit.
I wonder what J-Lo does. Because I know she gets married.
Right?
People like, yeah.
Maybe she keeps her own. Maybe she keeps her own name.
Probably.
She might.
With I don't even know what it is. I don't know.
Lopez.
Oh my computer is so hot on this side. When I play, have you ever played Phasmophobia?
Yes. Me and Ryan play it all the time.
I haven't. You will have to send me an invite or something on Steam, because I used to get together with Fallen Angel and a bunch of other. And we used to play it. So much fun. Long story short, I would love to play again, but I'd have to get this. I have this like it's a little stand, but it has like it's a grate thing, right?
Okay.
I have to put my computer on that when I game because it gets so freaking hot. But I need to get a fan. So.
Yeah, definitely. My name on Steam is Missy396. So
I
there
don't
you
even
go.
remember mine. I haven't been on it for
Okay,
so long.
I'll send you the link.
I don't
Hey,
know
let's have to
it.
play that. Carol's been wanting to play that so much.
What?
You've been wanting to play that so bad.
I know it should.
Now,
I am so busy to do it. I can't even watch YouTube videos that I like anymore because I'm so busy.
yeah, with me and my son, now that I can learn to I've learned to open the doors. For the longest time, I would stand in the doorway because I'm like, you ain't locking me in here and I can't open the door because Ryan would do that. He would, like, come down here, Mom. And I'm like, okay. So I go down there and he'd go back and just shut the door on me because he knew I couldn't open it. And I'm like,
You're
that's so
gonna
wrong.
How many times did you get killed?
Oh, I've gotten killed a bunch of times. Ryan's so good at it. I'm just like, I get killed all the time.
Oh my god, it's so much fun. I hear they did change it to where, well, I played it after too, but they took away some of the hiding spots that you
Oh,
could
really?
you don't have to be behind a door. There was actually spots, but now you pretty much have to be behind a door
Right.
yeah. When you start seeing the lights flash, you have to head to the door because because I know the front door locks. You're SOL there.
Yeah.
Okay, so true story. We were playing one time, or I think I was playing by myself. I don't remember, but I took a screenshot. I have it somewhere. So you know how you go into the trailer and it tells you what you're going to do and the name of the ghost, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was my first and last name.
Are you kidding me?
No. I'm
Oh
like,
my
God. I have it somewhere. I think it's on my Facebook, but it was a couple years ago, like when.
Oh my God.
I think I have it, somewhere. But yeah, and I'm like, this is spooky. Like,
That's
did they
crazy.
know my name? Did
Right?
they just do it because they know my.
That's crazy.
What
If there's a ghost on there that says, "Oh my God," that's
well. I think it got
Cassie
hot.
going again.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought, okay, are they trying to tell me my time is limited here?
Right? Oh my God, that's like I had a customer one time who read his own obituary. It wasn't him, but it was his name in the paper. I'm like, I couldn't imagine doing that. I didn't like going to my mom's where my mom was going to be buried because she already had her name up there. My brother wouldn't step in that cemetery.
Really?
Yeah, my brother's like, no, I won't go in there. And she's like, why? Your dad's in there. And he's like, I don't care. Your name's on that tombstone with him. I don't want to be in there.
They're my favorite places, cemeteries.
I love cemeteries.
But if I saw my name on a headstone, if I saw my name on a headstone, I would freak the hell out.
Because it's
I know I couldn't do it.
It's not that common.
Freaking no way. Oh yeah, I've had two major things happen in a cemetery. Freaking stupid.
Two what? What'd you say?
Things happen in a cemetery. Because me and my friend Robin, when we're around each other, stuff like that happens all the time. And we're going to visit my dad's tombstone, and she had like a little Geo Metro. And she went down the hill, and it was dark out, and it was getting ready to close up, and couldn't get up the damn hill because it was all icy. Like, we're gonna get locked in here. Do you realize we're gonna get locked in here? And she's like, I'm trying.
Oh my gosh.
Did you guys drive in?
Yeah, we drove in. Yeah.
Oh,
but the way there's, how cemeteries are, you can only go one way usually. So she went down the hill to turn around and come back up, and the hill was just a little too, little too easy for her to get up there. We finally made it, but
I was picturing she on feet was trying to.
No, but I do have an interesting story with her feet. Well, not really, but we were at my friend's tombstone visiting it, and everything, and there was a tomb up above the ground, and it had two things sticking out of it. And I'm like, this is where I'm like, oh, I'm going to have doorbells on my tombstone. This is where I got the idea from, I swear to God. And she's like, I'm like, what are those? And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, push it. She's like, I'm not pushing it. You push it. I'm like, I'm not pushing it. She went to push it and didn't something move inside. I've never seen that girl run so fast in all my life. She had gotten Geo Metro, and you know how with Geo Metros they have those automatic seatbelts, you know, that you open the door and then it goes, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, instead of, it's stupid because she's parked this way, so her door is right here. No, she was so freaked out, she runs around the car and gets in the passenger side, trying to get to the driver's side. Her foot's getting stuck in the seatbelt because it keeps going.
Oh my gosh.
She's like, never again with you. We're not visiting nobody in a cemetery ever again with you.
Okay. You heard something move?
Yeah, it was like the bar or something moved, shifted inside. I think it had to do with the casket, you know, like holding up the casket or something. I don't know. But something moved inside. That's all I know.
That was scary.
I've never seen that girl run so fast in all my life.
How old was the tombstone?
It wasn't that old. I mean, that was.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. We had to been around in our 20s.
Remember when in the old days
with the ding,
had the bell?
Oh my God, that would have freaked her out.
No.
Oh my God. Yeah, the crypt. Well, no, it wasn't a crypt because crypts you walk in, right? This was just there.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, and it doesn't help, you know, like, and I would love to take her because she gets so scared so easily. Down like Mount Hope Cemetery here in Rochester. Well, not here. I'm not in Rochester, but 45 minutes away. That's where one of the accused Jack the Ripper is buried.
Oh.
Yeah, the doctor.
The one that Holmes? H.H. Holmes?
No, not him. But there was another like Dr. Talbert or something like that. I can't remember his name offhand. But he's buried in Mount Hope Cemetery. And there's a very, very old part of Mount Hope Cemetery that I don't dare take her down because she'd freak out. I can just see it now. And like, you got to understand that me and Robin have been best friends since she was 14 and I was 16. You know what I mean? She's the one I told you, Cassie. And I think you were there, Carol, about the Unsolved Mysteries TV show. Were you there? I thought she was there. How a lady was murdered outside in our cornfield.
They found her murdered out in the cornfield by where you guys lived.
Yeah, and it was on. We stayed up until like 3:00 in the morning watching Unsolved Mysteries, and that particular story happened to be on, and she had to walk home afterwards.
Oh no!
Goodness.
And she was walking home, and now, mind you, we lived in a trailer park that didn't get plowed, and I live in Western New York. We have a lot of snow. We're 45 minutes from Buffalo, you know, and so she had to walk home, and she was walking home like this is like 3:00 in the morning, which is no big deal. We've done it many times before, you know. And she lived about, I'd say, I don't know. I'm not good with measurement, but a couple trailers down anyway. And apparently she called me freaking out. And I'm like, what are you doing, Paul? I got mad because I was like, you're going to work with my mom and I'm going to get killed. She was like, a lot of breath in that. She's like, I was walking home and there was a dude out there smoking a cigarette.
Oh, no.
She had it, instead of taking the way around to get to her door, she cut through the grass and snow was like up to her, you know, chest. Wow. She's trying to run through it. This guy, she turns around, the guy's gone. She don't know where he went. I'm like, this is the shit that happens between me and her energy. All the time.
Oh my God.
I would have been scared too. I would have been scared.
But you know, the guy was probably just out, you know, I need a cigarette. And then he sees this.
Is that we knew everybody.
Oh.
She'd never seen this dude before, and like he was gone. She turned around, like where she got stuck in the middle, because she's like, I got stuck in the middle because I couldn't go any further. She was out of breath, and scared shitless. She turned. The guy was here, right? I'm trying to get. So the guy was like right here, and she got stuck. Turns around, the guy's gone.
Oh. Oh wow!
Like, of all nights for that to happen,
right?
That makes sense.
So how close was the cornfield to where you guys live?
I can pull up a picture. I'll show you. Let's see.
That is creepy.
Caledonia. I could probably show you where she lived for me.
How she died?
They actually just found out who she was a couple of years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and who they had a suspect who had murdered her.
Ugh.
All right, I'm going to try and do this like on maps. So hold on one second. I got to get my bearings where I am.
Freaky is making not only tea, but also
hot chocolate. Right?
I haven't had that for a long time. That sounds good. With a bunch of marshmallows.
Yes.
Okay. Let me scroll down, see how far I can go down here. Well, obviously it's different now that...
Yeah.
Okay, so let me present.
Oof. Sorry, I'm like lounging in bed now.
All right, Cassie, it's up there. All right, so this right here was my trailer. Can you see my little thing right there? Wow. So here's where I was. Okay.
I don't see it. Oh, okay, yeah. Red. Okay, yeah.
Right. Her trailer. Let me see if I can zoom out. Okay, so here's mine. Her trailer was here, over here.
That's a nice trailer park.
Yeah, it wasn't, and the guy was like right here.
Oh my goodness! So what way did she go?
I know. She left here. Can you see me still?
Yep.
Okay, so she left here. This is where she'd go out my driveway and go down this way. And her plan was usually to walk home. Is she'd have to go around here and then into her driveway and her door.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, the guy was standing there, so she took off, and she was like right there.
Oh my
and the snow was up to her chest. So, I mean, it wasn't a ways away, but it was a ways away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a lot of yard. Like my youngest daughter, they live in a trailer park. I don't know if that's what they call it. I don't even know. But they don't have as much yard as these do.
Yeah, most of the trailer parks around here are really crunched in too. I mean, we're out in like nowhere though. I mean, we're 7 miles from town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We were like the first ones that, I think we were the second people that ever moved in there. So the lady was found over here.
What? Wait.
Somewhere in here.
Yeah. Hey, where's? Oh, okay.
So here's right here's my house.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And she was like found over here.
On the field.
And that's the stupid unsolved mysteries that we watch at night.
Oh wow.
I love those. I watched, that's all I watch. No, that's not true. That's not true. But most of the time it's like either true crime, it's something dark, or it's just something depressing. Like, what did I say I watched today, Cassie? About a family that owns a funeral home, and they were talking to people who were in the process of losing a family member. I'm like, why am I watching this?
My daughter-in-law watches stuff like that. When she's not watching Handmaid's Tale.
Watching what?
Handmaid's Tale.
Oh,
yeah.
Handmaid's Tale, whatever it is. I don't know.
I couldn't get into it.
Handmaid's.
I go outside to go because I have to pass through there to go to the outside to smoke, and I'm like standing there watching it. I don't even know what it's about, and I'm like.
Deanna's
But
been
of course,
watching
I do that with
Ozark.
Louie too.
Deanna likes to watch like those shows like Ozarks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Get it? Yeah, I can't get into it.
I'm like, oh.
I watched Longmire. I watched a little bit of some of Longmire.
I started watching that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I don't know what happened. I start and stop stuff. Like right now, I never watched Grimm when it was on. And so now I'm starting to watch Grimm.
That's what I do too. I'm like, I don't know. Then later, yeah. Yep.
I watched. So I told you Penny Dreadful. I've watched that series so many times. I've watched Haunting of Hill House on Netflix.
I've never watched that. I've started watching it, and then I didn't.
It was so good. I watched that 100 million times. Grace and Frankie. Do you know Jane Fonda and Lee Tillman? So I watched that 100 times, all series. Seriously. Then I got my youngest daughter on it. Now she's addicted. Now my youngest granddaughter loves it.
Really?
Loves it. And so the music to it is oh my god, I forgot the name, but it's clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right, here I am stuck in it. So we'll be singing that and shit. It's anyway, that's a good one if you guys want. It's upbeat. They get, but no, it's funny.
It's normal. Yeah.
Yeah. I just need a new show to watch.
See, I watch a lot of Marvel and DC stuff, and when I'm not watching that, I'm usually on the computer.
Yeah.
Or having
I'm usually always
cartoons.
on Netflix.
Huh?
I'm usually always on Netflix. I'm not Netflix. I'm sorry. YouTube.
Yeah. I'm not on YouTube as much as I used to be.
No, I haven't either. I've spent some time making some videos and putting them up, but I can't, I haven't that much either. And
yeah, I just, for some reason, I don't know. It's crazy.
Babysitting, I've not had a lot of time to do the stuff that spend the time, but you don't have to babysit tomorrow. And
I have to babysit tomorrow at 6 a.m. I'm going to be tired as hell.
Oh my gosh. Oh
yeah.
goodness.
Well, they went. It was nice. Huh?
Oh, no. Go ahead.
It was nice because my ex-husband bought them for Christmas. We have a Poconos, New York here. And there's a lot of activities and stuff. So my ex-husband and his fiance bought them a weekend. Well, not a weekend because it's Monday, Tuesday, and a 3-day pass anyway to there before he gets deployed, not deported.
What is it like a? What is it like a? What kind of place is it? Okay,
like a resort kind of thing where they can go snowshoe walking and if there's snow there. But I mean, I think they said something about they might make their own snow like Swain and Bristol up here. So
yeah,
that's cool.
We have a place where they make if it's not snowy, they'll make their snow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I mean, definitely. That's because we have a lot of snow lodges here. I mean, I'm by Buffalo.
Yeah.
So
what is your son? Is he Army or
National Guard?
National Guard.
National Guard. This is his 6th year in.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He loves it. He jokes around with me because he knows that I'm into all the UFO and cryptid stuff. You know, he knows.
Yeah.
And he's like, Mom, he's like, I'm HVAC, which means I have clearance to all. I'm like, yeah, okay. Or I'll bring something up and I'm like, so Ryan, and he's like, I can't tell you anything.
Listen, one time I was at the bar, a long time ago, of course, and a friend of mine, or somebody I used to, I don't know, not really. Anyway, they were having like a retirement party for this guy from like, I think it had to have been like, I don't know, but he worked at Area 51. He did things with and around that and all that stuff. And I did ask him, I said, so is there really such things as UFOs? And he said, I'm not really supposed to say. And I said, oh, like, yeah. And then he said, yeah, there is. So, and at the time, this was before, the government and everything, all the stuff came in.
Right.
And, like, I could tell that he was not just being goofy or whatever,
Right. Yeah. They used to.
Because I didn't want him to be real.
Right. Right.
Why did you tell me?
Well, yeah. Right. Well, the thing what is, did you? The other day I was just scrolling through stuff. I check a lot of news sites. That's what I do. Basically, when I'm researching, I'll scan through like all these weird, all different news sites, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's right. UFOs are just objects that are unidentified. Exactly.
There you go.
Well, no, now they're aerial phenomenon. Get it right, Frankie.
Yeah.
So I was scrolling through and how where was she from? French or Russian? I don't know. An astronaut tried to commit suicide and was like, the people don't understand what's going on behind all this UFO stuff. And it was like, what? And I read it right before bed and then I lost it because now I got to try and find it again. But I'm like, excuse me,
Wow.
need to read that again.
Wait, so that's the reason why she wanted to commit suicide?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that, it was definitely a clickbait type thing, but
yeah,
it was definitely because they were talking about Spears and stuff like that, which is the guy that worked and he had the black goo coming out of his mouth.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that go and get black goo coming out of their shit, and everybody thinks it's government basically killing them. Like Phil Snyder and that. Phil Snyder was another government worker that came out and was talking about how he had a gunfight with aliens, but not a gun. They didn't have guns, but he did. And stuff like that. And he was found, they said that he killed himself, but yeah, he was strangled with his own, he had a colostomy bag.
Oh, wow.
So you're going to tell me I'm sorry, as a human, you're going to fight that if you're strangling yourself. You know what I mean? And like, I've seen death records to where there's no way it was him.
Yeah.
So people, they don't get shut them up.
So that's the thing is the government needs to understand that if people are talking about things you don't want them to talk about, it's going to look suspicious if you...
They end up dying, right?
Just let people think they're loony or whatever,
Yeah. Well, I think that's where not the black-eyed kids, the men in black men. I really think they were the ones killing people because they didn't know how, how the governments would basically think like what you just said. We'll make them look like they're crazy.
Yeah.
But the men in black doesn't have that capability of mentality of thinking that way. so they just go on and off them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my theory, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. That's
That's what I say. If anybody finds me with black goo coming out of my mouth, they better know it's the Men in Black. Because I kid about that all the time. Everybody tells me the Men in Black's going to come and get me. I know.
I know there's always things I'm always so scared to say. But don't say it. Don't say it.
Well, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't look into it.
When I was in Alaska, I talked about it all the time and stuff like that, but I won't do that here. I'm like, you're going to get my kid, man. Like when I first moved in here, my son was like, Mom, he goes, I know. He goes, I understand what you do, and I know what I know you're a witch, so you do your stuff. You can do anything you want to do here. Just don't bring any hoodoo and voodoo into my house. So every time there's like out in the kitchen, everything falls off the walls out there. Like nothing will stay on there on the walls. And Savannah, my daughter-in-law, is like, oh, it's just your mother's ghost that'll keep doing it.
I love that.
Sorry.
I bought in my Walmart order chicken feet, a bunch of chicken feet.
Yeah, for protection.
And, well, no, for my dog.
Oh.
But,
my bad. I didn't say shit.
I swear that the two young kids, they were boys, who was loading the groceries into the back of my car, because it wasn't in a grocery bag. It was in like a bag that you put your veggies in.
Right.
When they walked away, they were like, I mean, but yeah, they're really, if you have a dog, they're really good for them. You just put them in the oven. I did not know that. And they're good crunchy. It helps with getting the teeth off and.
Right, that makes sense.
No, junk off your teeth.
I knew what you meant. Yeah, those guys were looking at you like, who's going to be doing
it? But the guy was very nice. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Here, let us tip you.
Yes. Oh, that's funny.
Well, it's funny because out in the kitchen, I swear to God, there's something to do with that kitchen. Briella will go out, and it's the only time Briella will be out going towards the kitchen talking to somebody. And it's always in the kitchen, always. And she loves going over there and playing because she's got magnets that you put in this little thing that says M is for mongoose or what. I don't know. Oh my
God, I used to have that.
Right? And,
I used to have that with my youngest.
Yeah, and while she's playing with it, she'll be looking up at the wall, talking to it, going, "Yeah, this is what this is saying." I'm just like, And I knew it. I called it the day we moved in here. I'm like, "There's something in that kitchen." Ryan's like, "Shut up, Mom. You're gonna freak Savannah out." Ryan's used to it, like I tell everybody, he grew up with Ouija boards and pendulums and my witchy books and my crystal ball.
Yeah.
Which, in turn, he told me that he used to play with my crystal ball. Like, he just said this like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, excuse me? It's like, yeah, I used to play with your crystal ball all the time. And I'm like thinking, oh my God, if he would have dropped that on his toes.
Oh gosh. That's cool.
Yeah.
Kids like playing with all my stuff in here.
Yeah. My kids were very, and I mean, and I didn't have just when I study everything. So I had like old Egyptian books. I had the Satanic Bible. I had the Necronomicon, call the dead up.
My daughter's got I think it's the Book of the Dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
She said she can't find it now, but I want to say it. She said, but my brain.
Remember?
She can't find her Book of the Dead.
Yeah, but I was gonna say something else that went with that. But we were, the book, the manual for the newly deceased. That book.
Yeah. The Beetlejuice book.
Right. So my daughter and I were at Target, and this girl it was a purse. She had
Oh, wow.
it was a purse. I'm like, oh my god. My daughter's looking at me, I'm trying to explain it. She's like, go over and ask. I says, no, I don't want to. So she went over there, and Hot Topic. Said Hot
Right.
Topic.
Yes.
Freaking awesome.
So yeah, I want that purse.
What
But yeah.
what cartoon is that, Freaky? I would so watch that cartoon.
There's a movie cartoon based on the Book of the Dead. Cartoon?
Book of the Dead. That sounds familiar.
Well,
but that's not
The
familiar.
Mummy that was.
I love those movies.
I know.
Oh, I love The Mummy.
Amun
I have
Ra.
all of them. I love every
Amun
one of
Ra.
them. I know.
Book of the
Duh.
Dead.
I was waiting for a duh after that. Duh, Missy.
The Book of the Dead.
You know what? My favorite show when my kids were younger that they'd watch because we were poor and we had to watch PBS stuff.
Love PBS. I've been watching it.
The Titans.
Ooh.
Not Teen Titans, not like Robin or all that. No, it was just the Titans, or it was something of the Titans. It had to do with the Greek kids, the Greek mythology, and like Zeus was their janitor. They were like all ascendants of the different gods. And yes, Clash of the Titans. I love that cartoon. That's freaking awesome.
That's a cartoon? I thought that was a real show.
No,
Clash of the Titans is a real show. Is a cartoon?
Yeah,
Oh,
wow.
Young Titans. Yeah, something like. Hold
Young
on.
Titans, then. Young Titans?
I don't remember ever seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now,
Yes.
all that stuff comes to me for some reason. Well, no. Why did it bring up Rescue Heroes? Although that was my son's favorite. Yeah, Class of the Titans.
Okay.
Like-
the Titans.
Hold on one second.
That sounds
It was
funny.
really cool. Like, okay. Let me share this real quick.
Oh, hold on. Let me see.
Okay. Oh, no.
I hate it that it doesn't make a noise and let me know.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
I can understand that. So that was them. So like this guy was descendant of Achilles because he could run really fast.
Oh,
This guy was the descendant of Hercules. He was really strong.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was like it's super cool. I forgot what the other ones. I know he was the one that looked in the water.
Oh, wow.
Was it? He was
Oh,
really
yeah.
conceited, and he kept looking at himself in the water, and he ended up drowning.
Narcissist.
Yeah,
Narcissist.
yeah. He was the
Yeah.
descendant of him. I think she was the descendant of Athena. He was really smart. He was like Hermes, I think, descendant. And I forgot what she did. And he was the leader, but I can't remember who
Never seen this.
It's
Ever.
so awesome. Like these shows, my kids and me find these shows all the time.
I like that.
That's
Yeah,
neat.
yeah, Freaky. It didn't have many seasons. No, it might have been a Canadian show. We get Canadian show because Freaky's in Canada. Well, Newfoundland.
Oh, I loved
But-
PBS.
But so we're close to there, so we get a lot of their shows too. But yeah, it was a good show. It was fun to watch.
Well, that's neat. Yeah, definitely never seen that one.
And I remember they had one of them was the spider goddess. I can't think of her name, but the webs we weave when we touch the sea.
Oh,
They met the spider, the goddess of the spider, and like she was always portrayed as the bad person when she told her side of the story, they understood. It was kind of like that, you know what I mean? Like the different, yes, it does mean this, but it could mean this type of thing. It was pretty cool.
That is neat.
Oh, glasses are giving me a headache.
Oh, I thought you were still in Newfoundland. I'm sorry, my bad.
That's what I got to do is go to the eye doctor because I cannot see.
You and me both.
See up close and far
I can see up close, but when I'm out, like at the store, everything's blurry. I'm like walking around. I can't. I'm like, I can't. What is that?
Mine's the opposite. I can't see. Like if I was to read a price tag, I always have to say, "Libby, how much is this?"
Yeah.
Unless I just take my glasses out and then I can. But
I went to the store with Deanna because we always go together food shopping, and I was like walking up and standing by. I thought it was Deanna. I was standing there. I heard this, Mom, get over here. I'm like, oh. I can't see.
you better get some glasses. What's nice is reading glasses. You can buy these at like Dollar Tree or whatever. But I think
What is this laughing?
the distant kind, you pretty much have to get a prescription. And
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I definitely do because I'm farsighted. Hold on. I'm farsighted in this eye, nearsighted in this eye.
Oh, wow.
That's
Yeah.
what my doctor is, I think. Yeah.
So yeah. And I'm pretty sure, I'll probably end up with trifocals now. Last time they wanted to give me bifocals.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
But it was awesome when I remember getting this was like, my 15-year-old was like a baby. When I first I stared at I was in my living room, had a huge way to my dining room table, and the Tide bottle, was on the kitchen table, and or on the dining room table, and I couldn't believe, I was like, whoa, I could see that.
Wow.
The colors look so bright too. Wow. I stood there, like 2 hours sitting there just,
I know I'm going to be doing stuff like that when I get glasses. I'm like,
or
oh
you
my
ever
gosh.
first get glasses and the floor looks
Yeah.
like it's coming up off the ground.
Right.
That happened to me the first time I ever got glasses because they got the thing wrong. And
Oh,
so it looked like the floor was up. So I'm like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'd fall. I would definitely fall.
I don't know what trifocals would do for me. My dad had trifocals.
trifocals.
They make them so you can barely tell. Like
Yeah.
in the olden days, back when they first started coming out, you could really tell if they were bifold. But
Yeah.
now, yeah.
Yeah. My dad had the classic black and then the
Oh, yeah.
classic.
Were those the ones that you used to read the newspaper? Like they would read them like that? Yeah.
Yeah. While he drank his scalding hot black coffee and ate his peanut butter sandwiches for breakfast. I really need to go to bed.
Especially
All right,
since you
ladies.
got it up so early.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know.
Thank you, guys. Ladies, we got to do this again soon, though.
Definitely. I had so much fun. It was so great seeing you guys.
It was a lot of fun. We needed it. So we'll have to do this every, whenever you guys want to. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Sounds
just
like
let me
fun.
know. Like if I have to babysit the next day, I probably
You probably can't.
be on this
That's why
long.
I don't invite you.
Yeah.
That's why I don't invite you, Carol, because
I know
I don't know if
because I'm not a morning person, so I have to make sure I get enough sleep because I don't sleep, so I have to start out early. Just hopefully,
Yeah, exactly.
how that goes. So no, I don't. I haven't been around as much as I would like, so
Well,
it's all good. But
yeah,
it's nice to see everybody.
yeah.
Shut up, Freaky. Did you see it? Nearly made it 6 hours.
6 hours. Well, hey, it's almost been 5. It's almost
I
been
know.
5.
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you, Freaky, for staying with us. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Definitely.
Thank you, ladies. Woohoo! All
Thank
right,
you
guys.
for having me. It's been awesome.
Anytime. That was so fun.
Yeah.
Doing it again. All right, guys.
All right.
Great.
We'll see you
Bye.
later.
Bye bye.
Continue.
Woohoo!